Good afternoon. My name is Delegate Maggie McIntosh. I chair the Appropriations Committee in the Maryland House of Delegates. And today we are going to hear bill hearings on a number of bills, starting out with a very important bill, House Bill 1088. I'm going to read through the list of bills and the sequence of these bills, so that if your bill is at a later time, you can check back in 15 minutes or half an hour, or as I predict, a couple hours. We're going to begin with House Bill 1088, move to 1254, 1018, 1450, 1322, 1047, 1380, 888, 872, 1098, 962, 1224, 1055, 1056, 1019, 1012, 1222, 613, and 1013. And the ones that are on the later side of this list will probably be heard in an hour or more later. Okay, so we are very pleased today to welcome to the Appropriations, back to the Appropriations Committee, the Speaker of the House, Delegate Edwin Johnson, to present House Bill 1088. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair McIntosh, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm here on behalf of HB 1088. This is a very important bill. It has to do with, I'm just going to say, because I'm one. I'm in support of this bill, which would increase the amount of grant funding for the African American Heritage Preservation Program to $5 million per year. Additionally, the bill would statutorily increase the amount that can be awarded to a project to $500,000. As some of you may know, back in 2010, I, along with the late Senate President Mike Miller, initially sponsored the bills that established this program at a level of $1 million with a project request cap of $100,000. Since then, there's been quite a demand over the years. But this great demand, although it was a great demand, the funding has remained stagnant at the $1 million minimum established in 2010. In fact, the program has been averaging nearly 3.5 million in requests annually. For many years, this important program has been oversubscribed by millions of dollars, leaving many projects unfunded. And so it is clear that the African American Heritage Preservation Program has a great need, and its funding should be enhanced to $5 million per year with an increased project award level of $500,000 to meet that need. And without that $100,000 cap. So I am urging and requesting this committee to give this HB 1088 a favorable report of a very important program that should have been enhanced years ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm already.
Any questions for the sponsor? Any questions for the sponsor? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We have a panel for 1088, Chanel Compton, Edwin Johnson, Clayton Washington, and Lindsay Baker. Let me start with Ms. Compton.
Thank you. Greetings, Chair McIntosh and Vice Chair Chang and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration today and for all that you do to support our state. And thank you to Madam Speaker Adrian Jones for your incredible leadership in heritage preservation and your longtime support to the Maryland Commission on African American History and Culture. Our commission and partners are honored to speak today in favor of House Bill 1088. With your committee's support of this bill, statewide African American heritage sites such as museums, historic homes, neighborhoods, schools, churches, and cultural centers will be strengthened and will uplift communities throughout the state. Our African American Heritage Preservation Program grant is one of only 2 grant programs in the nation to specifically fund African American heritage sites. Let us put greater investment in historic landmarks such as the San Domingo Rosenwald School in Wacomico County that now serves as a community center and cultural center in Western Maryland. Let us put greater investment in communities such as the historic Hill community in Eastern Maryland, the oldest Black community in the nation, funded in the 1780s by free African Americans who built homes and a church that are still standing today. These historic places are worth saving, and there are many more in Maryland that need greater investment. If sites such as the Button Farm in Montgomery County, Maryland's only living history center depicting 19th century slave plantation life and the heroic story of the Underground Railroad are forgotten, then the places that echoes these stories that educates, empowers, and inspires communities are lost forever. Therefore, we humbly ask that you vote in favor of House Bill 1088. Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, Ms. Compton, what district do you live in?
Your district.
All right. I just wanted to say welcome, okay, to the good 43rd District constituent. It's great to have you here. Any questions? Okay, we're going to move to Edwin Johnson. Is Edwin here?
Good evening. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Speaker Jones, for your unwavering support. Greetings and good afternoon, Honorable Chair McIntosh and members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Commissioner Edwin T. Johnson of the Maryland Commission on African American History and Culture, and I serve as co-chair of the African American Heritage Preservation Program Grant Committee. The Commission has been the leading and galvanizing champion in the state's efforts to ensure that the history of Maryland's African American citizenry is corrected, reconstructed, appropriately recorded, and illuminated for all to be edified. The African American Heritage Preservation Program is among the Commission's most powerful and effective tool in achieving this endeavor. Since fiscal year 2012, the program has funded approximately 150 projects throughout the state of Maryland. As of the last grant cycle, all but 2 of Maryland's 24 territories have been awarded funding for projects. The primary challenge that besets the Commission in its execution of the program is that the program is grossly underfunded. Support of House Bill 1088 would increase the grant program from $1 million to $5 million annually. This increase would allow the program to fund a significantly larger portion of qualified projects that are currently unaddressed. Each year, African American historical sites literally vanish throughout our state because of the lack of sufficient funding to save them. In the 2022 grant cycle, 36 eligible projects made application, which amounted to $3.3 million in funding. Unfortunately, the $1 million allocation only allowed for 13 of the 36 projects to receive the awards, and 3 of those 13 awards received only partial funding. It's imperative that we close this gap that continues to widen each year. There's not been a more pivotal moment in our history regarding race relations and social justice since the civil rights movement of the 1960s. Understanding, appreciating, valuing, and illuminating our diversity is central to the forward progress of our state and our nation. The program is essential to the accurate and authentic storytelling of the African American experience in Maryland. Knowing the contributions of African Americans supplies every Marylander with the irrefutable evidence that we all play a role in the advancement of the human race. Support House Bill 1088 and secure Maryland's African American history for generations yet unborn. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, well now.
Madam Chairman?
Yes,
Madam Chairman. I've had having trouble with my hand, but I like the bill. I just had a question.
Yes.
Why did you exempt nonprofits from the requirements under this bill? There talks about it talks about repeals with respect to the business entity, political subdivision, and individuals, but not nonprofits. And maybe I'm just misreading it, but it said a couple times. I went back to look and see what entities were covered. And
Madam Chair, I think Matt Jackson's here with to answer any
Yes.
questions.
Matt?
Hi, how are you doing, Madam Chair?
Good.
Delegate, can you point me out to where you're looking at in the bill? What page and line?
no, because I'm looking at my chart. But the bill, every time it talks about the entities that are covered, it says individual, business entity, political subdivisions, and nonprofit. But the bill does not have nonprofits in at least 2 or 3 places. I didn't see it in there. I don't know if it was just an oversight or, but I wondered if there was a reason. Didn't seem to be.
The program this doesn't change any of these parts of the programs. And I imagine that under this part of the code, an individual would also mean nonprofit. Sometimes where you have person or individual, it includes other entities, but we can certainly look into that and get back to you.
Yeah.
The purpose of the bill was to
they're covered.
increase the funding.
Yeah,
Right.
That was the key. Everything else is the same. We're just increasing the funding
right.
that was been in since 2010. So
I-
everything else will stay the same.
Yeah, the bill does not change anything other than the funding amount, and we'll check into that.
Okay.
Because I think Delegate Kettleman, that Matt is absolutely right, that a nonprofit is a person in this.
I just wanted to make sure that everything was correct in the bill.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Clayton Washington.
Greetings, Madam Speaker Jones. I've been before you before many years ago, Chairman McIntosh and committee delegates. As someone who has received this grant, I can only tell you how important it is for others like us. I am president of Kennard Alumni Association, which owns and manages the Kennard African American Cultural Heritage Center and Museum in Centerville, Maryland. When this grant was introduced to us in 2012, it became a lifeline for our restoration project for the Old Kennard High School, which was the first and only African American high school on the east in Queen Anne's County on the Eastern Shore. And without that grant, we never would have finished the restoration. And it's been so important to us that we recommended to anybody else that was looking to do any kind of capital project. Unfortunately, after we finished the restoration, there are things that we're looking to still do. But the limits of this grant preclude us from even applying for it. We have non-capital projects now, like our museum exhibits and other programs that we are now running in the center that could certainly use your help. I will say that I know there are many organizations like a small nonprofit African-American organizations that just don't have the funding available to achieve the things they're looking to do. So I implore you to vote favorably to raise the level of this grant, and it will do marvelous things. Dr. Johnson said it best, I think. But someone who's actually been on the ground, had been boots on the ground with this effort, I will tell you, it's very important funding. And 1 million is by no means adequate to meet the need. So I implore you to continue to discuss this, but I implore you to vote for it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much. We now have Lindsay Baker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Speaker Jones, Chairwoman McIntosh, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Lindsay Baker, and I'm the Executive Director of Maryland Humanities. I know I've been meeting with many of you over the past month or two, so thank you for meeting again. Thank you for allowing me to speak in support of House Bill 1088 and the opportunity to increase the available grant funding for the program to $5 million per year. I know I don't need to tell any of you this, but I'll still say it. Maryland is a state full of rich history and historic sites dedicated to telling our story. However, not all of the sites around the state have had equitable access to funding. Because of this, many of our state's stories of Black, Asian, Indigenous, and Latinx history have been overlooked as sites highlighting those histories have historically received less funding. The African American Heritage Preservation Program focuses on providing assistance in the preservation of building sites or communities of historical and cultural importance to the African American experience in Maryland. This is the only grant fund of this nature in the state, and it is an important effort at allocating resources towards preserving African American history. As the Executive Director of Maryland Humanities, I'm deeply invested in growing the pool of resources for humanities organizations in Maryland. And at Maryland Humanities, we have given a lot of thought to the need to shift towards more equitable funding models. Growing this program is an important opportunity to better preserve Black history and increase accessible funding to sites across the state. As someone who believes that Black history is American history 365 days a year and who runs a statewide humanities organization, the growth of the funding in this bill really excites me. More funding opportunities for sites across Maryland to better preserve Black history will enable all Marylanders to better understand the complex history of our state. It is my sincere hope that you will support this effort and vote yes on House Bill 1088. Thank you again for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. And it's good to see you again. Any questions? All right. We're going to now move to Kobe Little, Reverend Kobe Little. Are you here?
I have not seen the good Reverend enter the waiting room.
Okay. How about Vince McAvoy?
Thank you, Chair. I'm in opposition. Is that suitable right now?
It is.
All
You're
right,
the
thank you
last-
so much.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right, very good. Thank you so much, Chair and Committee. I am against this bill. I disagree with Delegate Jones when she says that nothing else has changed in this bill. This is a monumental increase. I will note that I don't know of any other group that's getting this type of increase. Certainly my folks aren't, the Irish. But more to the point, I live in the city, and we've had some heinous tearing down of things. And a situation came up where an Italian community was asked to put out of their own pocket. They put the thing there. It was destroyed. Now they have to pay to extricate it and redo it. No justice has ever been served on this. And to allocate millions of dollars, and we can't even do this paltry type of a little bit of marble fixing, less than $250,000, the entire thing costs. I think that this is inappropriate. Also, if you look to the very part of the end of the bill, it says that it is not looking to validate other partners in the community. I think that that is key. Millions of dollars before the eyes. And I'm not accusing anybody here, Mr. Washington, respect to you, anybody here of that, but it invites it. And what I'm saying is that when we have people in the community and we have such a rich heritage, I'm speaking of Baltimore City, of people who do want to help and who are invested in this, that I think that just going ahead and writing a check for millions of dollars is an inappropriate thing to do at this particular time. I'm going to say I'm for the program. I think that this bill is wrong. Thank you for your time, committee. I'm here for questions.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And that concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1088. We're now going to move to House Bill 1254. And again, thank you, Madam Speaker, for being here. House 1254, Delegate Wilson.
Hello, I'm Yvonne Harper on behalf of Delegate Wilson today. So I'm going to state his testimony for him. Good afternoon, Madam Chair McIntosh, Vice Chair Chang, and esteemed members of the committee. I am Yvonne Harper, Academics Matters Committee Fellow, testifying on behalf of HB 1254. The Maryland State Board of Contracts Appeals is requesting to employ a certain amount of law clerks. By granting this request, it will reduce the workload that the Board of Appeal judges have now and to equip them to be able to handle MBE complaints beginning at the start of the fiscal year, July 1, 2022, or possibly July 1, 2023. This will provide the Board of Appeal judges with additional support. This support will consist of a direct assistance, such as legal research, help writing opinions, providing balance and a more efficient work environment from a professional staff. As Maryland is a very diverse state, authorizing the approval of HB 1254 will also help to influence the diversity and inclusion efforts that we have here across counties. In addition, this bill will provide a work-life balance for judges, which is very needed in this time, permitting the allowance of abundance services for citizens of Maryland. In conclusion, we want to also foster the growth of the neighboring graduates of the law schools throughout our state and neighboring counties as well. For this reason, I urge a favorable report for HB 1254 on behalf of Chair Wilson and the Economics Matters Committee. Thank you so much for your time. And I will ask that you guys direct the questions to him just to make sure we get the facts straight. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Any questions? Very good. We do have Bob DeShields here, I believe, to testify in favor of the bill. Is Bob here?
Madam Chair, I have not seen Bob enter the waiting room.
Okay. Well, that'll conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 1254. Committee, if you would, move to House Bill 1018. Delegate Carey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here. Good afternoon, Madam Chair McIntosh, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the Appropriations Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Ned Carey here to present House Bill 1018. First, I'd like to say thank you for your consideration of House Bill 1018 and would say that during the 2021 legislative session, the Maryland Behavioral Health and Public Safety Center of Excellence in the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services was established. And it was established to strengthen crisis response. However, the center does not have adequate funding to function properly and provide resources to assist individuals with their mental and behavioral needs. To meet their 6 main goals, the Center of Excellence requested increased funding. So this bill specifically requires the governor to include appropriations for $500,000 in the annual budget for the Maryland Behavioral Health and Public Safety Center of Excellence for the purpose of contracting with the University System of Maryland, other HBCUs, and other entities to execute against their 6 main goals. Additionally, this bill requires the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Youth and Victim Services to make certain actions related to the inclusion of performance data reports and a scorecard of safety indicators, and to provide clarity regarding the expense and use of the center's yearly budget. It also establishes a one-time expense of $500,000 for a pilot grant program, which will provide funds to local jurisdictions to create and expand behavioral and mental health screening programs. The bill will also require another one-time expense of $500,000 for the Maryland 911 Board to establish training on behavioral health conditions and crisis intervention for their public safety answering personnel. It requires the Department of Health to adopt a criteria for certifying peer support specialists. And it also, so let me just finish by saying, by providing better and adequate resources to the Center of Excellence, we can help them meet their goals of providing for individuals with mental and behavioral needs. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 1018. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Delegate Kettleman has a question.
Sure.
Actually, I have a compliment on the bill, which I always try to pay. I love the language in there where you say a statewide system of outcome measurement to assess the effectiveness and adequacy of the services and programs and produce specific data is
Right.
something that probably should be in all bills. So thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. Okay, Delegate Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Carey, for bringing the bill. I have, I'm sure many people have seen the struggles and challenges that some communities in District 30A have faced, and myself and the other members of my delegation have reached out to the governor's office for this type of support that you have in the bill here. So I just wanted to thank you for bringing the bill and including these provisions that will trickle down to local levels to really impact communities that are struggling. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Henson.
I don't know, Delegate Carey, you're getting some softballs today.
I don't know what to say. I see my colleague, Vice Chair Chang up there. He prepared me well, Madam Chair.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. We're going to move to two people, I guess, who are here to give testimony. The first one being Maryland Association of Counties, DePaul Niver.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is DePaul Nibber, representing the Maryland Association of Counties in support of House Bill 1018. In each of the last 2 years, Maryland has set records for opioid-related overdoses. Our counties operate on the front lines to ensure our Marylanders receive the care and treatment they need to overcome substance use disorders. This bill would provide vital local funding to identify individuals most in need of interventions. For this reason, we urge support for House Bill 1018 and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Is Michael Powell here?
I am, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for having me, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair and committee members. My name is Mike Powell. I'm the Director of the Office of Program Evaluation and Government Accountability in the Department of Legislative Services. As an employee of DLS, I don't ever testify for or against bills. I'm here for informational purposes because in January, my office published an evaluation of the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services. A lot of people still refer to it as GOCAP. And what I wanted to do, and I provided written testimony as well, is just quickly give some evidence that we gathered in our evaluation that might be relevant to this bill and led to some of the recommendations that we made. One thing we found was that the budget for GOCP-YBS has grown by about a third since 2017. And I believe in the governor's proposed budget for fiscal 23, it grows by another third in 1 year to about $328 million. It was 225 just a year or two ago. And that makes it larger than 9 of the principal departments of the state. So if you think about, Department of fill in the blank, it's larger than 9 of those. To our knowledge, it is the largest unit of state government that doesn't require Senate advice and consent on selecting the person who is in charge of it. And then I'll wrap up with the performance data. The office is responsible for providing a 3-year crime plan and then updating that annually. And if you look at the most recent ones, actually 2020 and 2021 are not online, although they exist. But if you look at some of the recent crime plans, they don't include goals and they don't include performance metrics that would let the state know whether we were making progress or not. So those are some of the things that we found that we published in our report. That evaluation's online at the DLS website. I'm happy to provide it to individuals if they'd like a copy. And again, I've submitted written testimony. Happy to take questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? I see none. So thank you very much. And thank you, Delegate Carey, for this bill. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee.
Okay, we are now going to move to House Bill 1450 and House Bill 1322. Those are both bills that I have introduced. I'll begin with 1450. This is the blueprint for Maryland's future implementation plans and fund alterations. I just want to start out by saying to the committee that everything in this bill are issues that were discussed in our February hearing. The bill does really four things. It alters the distribution of certain sales and use tax revenues to the blueprint. The bill also alters the dates by which the Accountability and Implementation Board, AIB, must adopt their comprehensive implementation plan. And also the Maryland State Department of Education must develop criteria for approval or disapproval of related local implementation plans. And the bill has, by the way, one error in it that we will need to amend to move the tax provisions from July 1 effective date, which will be when the bill takes effect. Just to step back for a minute and remind you that we had the new chair of the AIB and new staff here, and these are actually dates that need to be changed, reporting dates and plans, implementation plans that need to be changed because of the lateness of the forming of the AIB. That's one. Two, you may recall, if you don't, the comptroller of the state of Maryland has asked that we change the way we are currently collecting the sales tax and then moving it to the blueprint fund. You may recall that when we passed the blueprint, we said that online sales would be the source. And so we now have a little bit of a history of knowing about what percentage that is a year. The comptroller has asked us to change this to just a percentage each year because his office has had a very difficult time determining whether, when things come in as sales tax, whether it was online or not. And they have spent an enormous amount of time trying to figure out the exact amount of money that should go to the blueprint. So this has no fiscal effect, but it does change the methodology for how the comptroller can calculate the blueprint monies. And with that, committee, I present to you this bill and hope that you will find it favorable. I'll answer any questions, or Michelle will answer any questions if we can. Anyone have a question? Okay. The next bill, House Bill 1322, has a little bit more controversy around it, I will say. You might recall last year when we had the Relief Act money coming down from the federal government, I introduced a bill, which, as I said, my favorite term, and by the way, it's catching on, my favorite term, I put guardrails around how the administration could spend that money, basically saying that the administration needed to go through the Appropriations and Budget Tax Committee to begin appropriating a lot of that money. We worked all of these issues out in the budget. And as the budget passed last year, we actually had agreement between the administration and the Senate and the House about where a lot of the relief money should go. This applies only now, well, applies now to the infrastructure bill that the federal government just passed. Excuse me. And it sets up the same kind of methodology so that, if the administration is to begin spending that money, especially money, and some of it, by the way, some monies were exempt from this, but it starts spending this money, that it goes through a process that would include the House and the Senate. The bill also does set aside for the first time a reserve of $35 million for certain changes and certain revenue sources. This is actually a small set aside that we would like to have so that annually next year, when we do a different budget process, that actually the Senate and House members would be able to have small, not big, small, kind of as we do now, bond bills, but you would be able to do some small projects in the consolidated transportation program. So those are kind of the two things that the bill does. I will tell you that in our negotiations, as we are right now with the Senate and with the administration, the administration very much opposes this bill. And so I have said that Delegate Corman, Chair Corman of Transportation and Environment will be meeting with me and the administration to try to iron out our differences on this bill. I do hope to preserve, by the way, moving forward, the amount of money that would be appropriated for members in the future to have a small transportation or small roads, bike trails, whatever, public safety, crosswalk kinds of projects. And with that, I encourage you to wait to see where Delegate Corman and I arrive with the administration. That concludes the bill hearing for me. Are there any questions? Very good. We'll now move to House Bill 1047, Delegate Branch.
Just a moment, Madam Chair. We actually do need to go back to 1450 to Shamoya Gardner. She was here from Strong Schools,
shoot.
Maryland, to testify.
Yeah, I forget. Once in a while, I have people who support a bill, right? Thank you.
Yes, and my apologies for not appearing on screen. I am in transit. I will keep this brief. Hello, Chair McIntosh, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Shamoya Gardner, Executive Director of Strong Schools Maryland, in support of House Bill 1450. Wanted to say thank you for being champions to fund the blueprint and get it passed in the first place, and for being champions yet again here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And I apologize, okay? And we do have somebody that signed up for House Bill 1322. Dominic Bachudo, Maryland Association of Counties, is signed up in favorable with an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties, as you said. MACO is in support of HB 1322 with amendments. As you already heard, this bill does provide a set of guardrails should the state receive unexpected federal aid from the recent infrastructure package. Having this guide to use federal funds provides both predictability and a process should more resources be made available to the state. MACO would like to urge language creating a clear path for the restoration of highway user revenues, which counties believe can be part of such a framework. Counties are not asking for federal funds to be used to restore highway user revenues, but instead ask that federal funds be directed towards projects on the CPT list while redirecting allocated highway user revenues back to counties. The anticipated wave of federal funding gives Maryland its clearest opportunity to restore funding for local infrastructure, i.e. highway user revenues, through standalone legislation or in concert with a bill like HB 1322. HB 1322 can be amended to help promote the fair restoration of funding to local transportation. Accordingly, MACO urges the committee to give a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, let's move to House Bill 1047.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Talmadge Branch, here to testify in favor of House Bill 1047. House Bill 1047 would transfer authority over the state legislative buildings to the presiding officers. Currently, the authority is shared between the presiding officers and the Department of General Services. This shared responsibility is not the most efficient manner for the buildings to be managed. As members, we are the tenants of these buildings, and when there is an issue, we expect the presiding officers to take care of those issues. Giving the presiding officers full authority of the legislative buildings would allow them to react faster when issues come up and would allow them to better manage the long-term care of these buildings. Too often, these responsibilities and expenses are falling to the legislative branch despite the shared responsibility. For instance, the Maryland General Assembly is supplementing landscaping work around the buildings because DGS is not doing an appropriate job of managing the grounds, particularly for such a visible and historic property. Under this legislation, the Maryland Capitol Police and our troopers will continue to provide the safety and security of the buildings, the public, and the members. DGS manages buildings across the state and do a fine job, but our legislative buildings are unique, and as a separate but equal branch of government, the presiding officers should have authority over these buildings. Therefore, for these reasons, I urge a favorable report. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Delegate Henson has a question.
And thank you, Delegate Branch, for bringing the bill. I believe I heard it in your testimony, but I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on it and that it's clear for the record. The bill would not in any way impact the operation and the agreements that DGS, the Capitol Police, have with the City of Annapolis Police Department when they jointly respond to large demonstrations or things that have the potential for affecting roadway traffic and traveling safely through State Circle and Church Circle here in Annapolis. They would still be able to maintain that under the bill. Is that correct? I could not hear your response, Delegate Branch, but I believe I saw you saying absolutely.
Yeah, you're on mute, Delegate Branch.
Actually, he's not on mute. There we go.
That it? Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Good.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the bill hearing. We're now going to move to House Bill 1380. Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Delegate Young, for the record, happy to introduce HB 1380, General Provisions, LGBTQ Veterans, Honorable Discharge, or the Restoration of Honor Act. This bill essentially, with respect to state programs and benefits that are offered through the MDVA, are now making sure that the definition of honorable discharge for a veteran that may be attempting to obtain those benefits includes the discharge that is less than honorable under the condition that due to the sexual orientation or gender identity of the individual being discharged, it's considered honorable if they were discharged for that purpose, or it was based on a statement or consensual act of the individual being discharged related to the individual's sexual orientation or gender identity if the statement was, it was a consensual act, it was prohibited under the military at the time of the discharge. So in other words, the don't ask, don't tell policy was in place during the 90s into the 2000s. if you were discharged for a consensual statement of your sexual orientation, you were discharged because of it. This bill will essentially allow for the state VA to create parameters as well as identify the appropriate designation related to folks that may have a other than honorable discharge on their federal paperwork and discharges. But when it comes to receiving state benefits, our definition of honorable discharge will include those folks that may have been discharged under the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy, making sure that there aren't any state offered benefits or services that they can't obtain. Now, this is also not to say that there are certain services that aren't being provided now. This is morally just an opportunity for Maryland to line up with other states that are, taking a stand and recognizing the fact that under a policy that no longer exists, there's a subsection of veterans that do not have the same standing related to their discharge, which anybody that did serve honorably knows that when you receive your discharge papers and it says honorable discharge, it's something worth pride, and it's something that acknowledges the fact that you served for however long you served in an honorable manner. And then now that folks have a discharge that might be other than honorable due to an outdated policy, now in terms of the state of Maryland, we're going to recognize that service and make sure that you're receiving the benefits that you deserve, that you've earned. I want to make sure and state that this does not change anything related to federal regulations or guidelines. It does not change anything on official documents that were issued by the military at the federal level at the time of discharge. And that there is a process in place through the DoD and through the VA to have a discharge to be looked at and changed. That this bill does not affect any of that. This is specifically at the state level in terms of recognition from the VA and from the standpoint of the state that if you were discharged under these certain circumstances, that it's not going to be used as a determinator as a detriment to you receiving benefits that are offered to you. With that, I urge a favorable report, and I believe I have one member on my panel, if he's in the room.
I'm here.
Can I ask a couple of questions first?
Yes, ma'am.
One, you mentioned other states may be doing this. Have other states done this?
New York has, and Ashton Stewart would also be mentioning some of those that information because he's been working on this on a national level related to passing these bills.
Okay, and second question, and either one of you, I guess, could answer it, but what this bill does is set up a process for evaluating that discharge. It doesn't automatically change the discharge.
You're right.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Delegate Pat Young, for reaching out to me to invite me to this hearing today and for the Appropriations Committee regarding your proposed restoration of honor legislation. I was very excited to take part in this. We had invited the State Division of Veteran Services to participate as well, but they have a long process to request approval to testify. So I fast-tracked my request, and so I am able to join you today. I'm Ashton Stewart, and I manage a New York State program called SAGE Vets. It's for older LGBTQ plus veterans. SAGE was just one program at SAGE, and SAGE is the country's first and largest organization dedicated to improving the lives of older LGBTQ plus older people. It was founded in New York City in 1978. And SAGE Vets started in 2014, and since 2018, I've been doing my best to manage the program and branch out. And in one of those categories that we branched out in was the Restoration of Honor Act. We were the second state to pass this type of legislation. Currently, there are 6 states with similar bills that are all active. Part of the reason is that the discrimination and policy making that existed during and prior to Don't Ask, Don't Tell did result in many discharges for people for sexual orientation, gender identity. And that number is 114,000 nationwide between World War II and 2011, when Don't Ask, Don't Tell ended. And the veterans that we represent are no different than other veterans of the US military. Most are profoundly patriotic, and most served during conflicts abroad, taking home with them significant trauma. that can be found and that forever will change a person from what they were before the war. But what is unique about older LGBTQ plus veterans is that they're often burdened by an additional form of trauma because of the discriminatory policies that existed prior to 2011. So this double trauma can be so repressed that it often goes untreated for decades and causes irreparable harm. But this is where the Restoration of Honor Act can make the biggest impact by helping those veterans get on a path of recovery and improved wellness. In New York, the Restoration of Honor Act is for sexual orientation and gender identity, but also discharges due to the military's adverse actions toward service-related mental health conditions, including military sexual trauma, PTSD, and TBI. We found in our work that sometimes there's a secondary reason that is based and rooted in the discriminating policies, but ends up on paper being for another reason. And sometimes those are mental health reasons that I just mentioned. Other states that have active legislation so far: Rhode Island, Connecticut, Colorado, Illinois, New Jersey. There's a few states that are trying to get this legislation passed, including Maine, California, and now Maryland, which is very excited to hear about. And just to give you something anecdotal, we've had—
You'll need to summarize now.
You got it. We had one veteran who came to us who was a top performing veteran who was discharged for being gay after 6 years of service, 4.0 performance evaluations, which is a perfect score. And when asked after he got his application approved how the Restoration of Honor Act has helped, he stated, "I have enormous admiration for the US Navy, but not the policy that ended my career. I have felt haunted by this discharge every time it comes up, but going through this process of getting my discharge upgraded has helped me re-enter a social space that I had avoided for far too long. And suddenly I have confidence in myself and the quality of duty I provided the US military. I would encourage others in my situation to apply for the Restoration of Honor and reclaim your honor." Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Any questions? Very good. Thank you. We do have one.
Delegate Novotny had a question.
Oh, Delegate Novotny, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Delegate Young, I do appreciate you bringing this bill forward. As you know, we've both served in the military and I continue to serve in the Guard. I will say there's been a marked difference, in my opinion, of how the military has treated people of this community since 2011. Everyone predicted it would be some type of huge event. 2011, day -1, day +1. And I can honestly say that members within the community, when I was serving on active duty in 2011, didn't skip a beat. Some of my best friends actually came out to be married to the same sex, to be gay members of the military. They are some of my best friends still today, and they continue to serve on active duty. So I just want to say publicly, I thank you for bringing this on behalf of all the military members, because the military is truly one of the places where we serve as people together, not based on any other demographics. My question to you at the end of that is, what service, are there any specific services within the state that have been affected by, negatively affected by the categorization of a discharge? Is there specific state services that our Department of Veteran Affairs categories down as they go down? Like, I know at the VA level, you might not be able to qualify for a VA loan if you have a different categorization. Is there a specific one that you could call out that might help an individual in this situation?
I think thanks for the question, Delegate. And talking with the VA and recognizing too that, you know, at the federal level, there are certain benefits related to healthcare where the designation has a more of a legal standing that prevents you from receiving certain benefits. Maryland, and I think this is in the last 15, 20 years, like the discharge itself to prevent, like you could still be buried in a military cemetery. Nobody's going to deny you that right. But what we're trying to do here is making sure that folks that otherwise, knowing that at a federal level that they are not necessarily eligible, or they may not be eligible, and then would not even pursue certain benefits they may be eligible for, that at a state level, that's not going to be a consideration related to any sort of benefit they receive, whether that's through the cemeteries, through going into one of the retirement facilities. Hopefully there'll be 2 here soon. And any other benefits that are offered through the state. So to answer you, the short answer here is that I don't have a specific denial or a certain service that wouldn't be denied if somebody had a discharge that was dishonorable. But I would say that getting rid of the stigma is also part of the important piece, so that they don't choose to not reach out to the VA because they feel that they're not welcome, they're not part of the community, and that they don't, or that they believe that their discharge would somehow make them seem like other in terms of benefits and services provided to the state VA.
If you don't mind, Madam Chair, could I ask one quick question?
Sure, go ahead.
Delegate Young, I would say I am not an official recruiter for the Maryland Air National Guard, but I would say that your type of discharge from active duty military will affect your ability to continue to serve. There could be members out in our community that were discharged in 2011 who are still eligible by their age to serve and come back onto Guard status. That this could actually help. And especially with the emotional thing, they might consider it and consider to come back in. So I definitely appreciate you bringing this forward, and I appreciate your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Chair McIntosh, may I add something to that?
Yes.
Quickly, thank you so much.
Briefly.
Oh, I definitely will be brief. Another great benefit of this legislation is when veterans do come forward, even if they have a discharge that prevents them from getting federal benefits, we are able to start the application process for disability ratings. And as soon as they get that, they're suddenly eligible for health care at the VA, whether it's 10% or higher. And that can be a great way to get veterans off Medicaid and help your state out financially.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now have one individual, Vince McAvoy, who's signed up unfavorable. You have 2 minutes, Vince.
Thank you so much, Chair. And listen, I want to thank you for your probing questions on that, because as I was listening to this, I understand that there are different paths going on this with state, federal, DOD. I come upon this as the issue of what forms used to be filled out, having worked with classified information, defense sector. And then there are forms that you filled out where you testify about what your status is and releases when they're doing background investigations and such. And this is very important, because essentially what you're doing is there's a period of time before DADT where before that where they were testifying and perjuring themselves. If this bill, and as I'm listening to you ask these questions, I'm saying to myself, you all are probably going to have to mull over this in committee. As you're mulling over this in committee, I would just insist that what the gentleman just spoke of was basically trying to expunge or erase this issue of perjury and a federal crime at the time in the current age. If we're talking about post-DADT, that's another matter, because that shouldn't be happening still if the law is not aligned like that. However, I will comment on what was said by Delegate Botany, as well as gentlemen. When I'm looking at the GAO report in 2011, I'm looking at 0.37% of all discharges. Those numbers don't seem to add up. So I'm going to stay with my unfavorable. Maybe you will find that this is more about the today's age versus the past age. But if it's a past age, that should not be expunged. That was a crime at the time. It affected national security. And there's a reason that we had it in place. And if you look at period pieces from generals, from senators, federal level, and DOD secretaries, they all affirm these things. So I thank you for your time, for listening, and for working through this cumbersome project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Quite welcome, Chair.
That concludes the bill hearing, and we're now going to move to House Bill 888. Delegate McKay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, my fellow Appropriations Committee members, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair. It is my honor to present House Bill 888, Public School Construction State Share of Eligible Costs when it comes to regional schools. This bill requires that the state share for eligible costs for public schools construction or a capital improvement of a project increases by 20% points if the project is for a school facility that is being attended by students of 2 or more local school systems. In Eastern Allegheny County, currently, children travel up to 45 miles a day one way to get to school. Sadly, just 7 miles away in Washington County, there's a school, Hancock Junior Senior High, a school that is needed in population to remain open, but thankfully that decision to close the school has been delayed until the next school population assessment. You all may recall the Taylor busing bill solved this issue. However, it was repealed. Also, the blueprint, our landmark piece of legislation that passed in 2021, which included comprehensive changes to Maryland's early childhood and public schools. During the Kirwan Commission's work, the issue of regional schools did come up, and the problem of funding following the child. While this did not make the final version of the blueprint, this legislation has been drafted by somebody with vast knowledge of the subject. Simply, this bill creates, if it addresses this issue, if both counties, neighboring counties, create a memorandum of understanding that allow cross-county attendance of K through 12 students, the funding per child would remain in the county the kids live. But the carrot for the county receiving the students without the funding would be enticed by an increase of state share eligibility costs of 20% if the project is for this school. This is just an option for counties across the state to use as a tool in their tool belt in addressing some of the kids that have long trips to go to school and strengthening our rural communities by keeping our schools open in small town Maryland. I urge a favorable report and urge your attention to this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the sponsor? None? Yeah, very interesting. I don't recall it being brought up in the blueprint, but anyway.
Commissioner Bill Valentine, who was on the committee,
yes,
and then Senator Pinsky had many discussions with this.
Okay.
I've talked to Senator Pinsky while he and I are working on a couple different things. My comments are not to say that he endorses this by any stretch of the imagination.
I understand.
But he and I have discussed this, and so yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for the bill. No questions? Okay. Have a great day and stay here. Delegate Henson, 872.
Chair, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Appropriation Committee for hearing House Bill 872. House Bill 872 is the Cameron Cardin Act. You will have an opportunity to hear from Mr. Cardin and from his mother as well. That underscores the importance of this bill. I had constituents who approached me when their children needed to withdraw from one of our University of Maryland systems institutions due to mental health concerns. This student had exhibited good mental health when they first entered the institution, and due to a series of events that happened on campus, the student's mental health was in decline. They were under care of a physician, and when they needed to withdraw from the institution so that they could rest and recover, the challenge that the parents faced was that they would not be reimbursed for any of the tuition that they paid out of pocket to send their student to one of our institutions. So I reached out to each of the 12 universities in our university system to get a copy of their reimbursement and withdrawal policy. What was consistent in each of the policies that we received is that students are allowed to withdraw for extenuating circumstances due to illness, injury, and hospitalization. But nowhere in that list was a student's mental health. So what I set out to do with the universities, working with the liaison, was to see how we can include and elevate a student's mental health and well-being to the level of an illness, injury, or hospitalization. The bill before you would do just that. It would require each of our universities to adopt a policy that would include mental health as well when we're looking at tuition reimbursement and we're looking at withdrawal from school. I did have an opportunity to review as well the testimony in opposition, and I would be happy to work with the committee and anyone who doesn't support the bill at this current time to work out standards that would be workable for everyone. I do believe in the opposition. Some of the things that were highlighted was making sure that all of our federal preemptions were able to be preserved. And I think that would be a friendly amendment to the bill. I don't think that that goes contrary to the bill's intent at all. And then making sure that definitions are provided for the terms in the bill. I did craft the bill after the existing language that are in our universities' withdrawal policies, but I'd be happy to work with the universities if they're looking for us to provide definitions for those terms as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you. Any questions of the sponsor? Thank you very much. We now have with us today Carl Snowden, Caucus of African American Leaders. And I think I saw Carl there he is, just a minute ago. You're on mute though, however. There you go. And by the way, could I say before we begin, we have several people, loads of people signed up on this bill. You're going to be limited to 2 minutes, okay? Thank you. Carl?
Madam Chair, thank you so very much. Thanks to Delegate Henson, who's put in a very important bill. There is something that's sort of underlining this that I really want to emphasize. As some of you know, I was the director for the Office of Civil Rights under the Office of the Maryland Attorney General. In the beginning of Black History Month, we saw colleges and universities under assault and threats, clearly causing trauma for some students. What I think Delegate Henson's bill does is address those kinds of situations where if people are terrorized or traumatized by racial acts. It's just recently at Salisbury University, a video was interrupted by NAACP youth where a lot of racial epithets were put up, and some of those students were traumatized. If they had wanted to remove or leave the school because of that, it seemed to me there should be a process to allow them to be reimbursed. So with only 2 minutes, I hope that I've captured what the concerns are, and I would hope that the committee will take under consideration creating something that will allow people who feel that their children have been terrorized as a result of racism, sexism, homophobia, what might be, that there's some relief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, we're going to move now to Gay Green Carden.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also to the esteemed board members. I would like to give a special thanks to Delegate Henson. As the proud mother of Cameron Carden, I was so excited to send him to a local Maryland school because I am a graduate of University of Maryland College Park. I enjoyed the orientation and was really thrilled about the mental illness part as far as the support from the faculty. Full-time, I work as a pharmaceutical regional manager where I attend behavioral health clinics all day long. Little did I know that I would have to tell my son's story because he was affected and traumatized being at Salisbury University. I told stories of other kids who were on Zoloft and suffer from many tragedies, but on 2.5 years ago, I had to tell my son's story. And so today I'm in front of you to let you know that as a mother, when we send our children off to school, not only do we want them to have a great education, but we want the support and also we want the safety of our children. And we're asking that the Maryland schools support the safety of their mental health, their physical health, but more importantly, their education. So I ask that you support this bill, and we will do what we need to do to keep our children safe in institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Okay, now we have Cameron Carden.
Good afternoon. I want to first begin by thanking Delegate Henson for sponsoring this legislation and for your persistence in unveiling racism and racist acts in the Maryland community and giving a voice to people who look like me, especially the African American community. I then want to thank the respected committee members for giving us the opportunity to present my dark experiences and hope to help future students and parents not to go through what we suffered at Salisbury University. Then I would like to thank my parents, especially my mom, who's the regional pharmaceutical manager for the largest addiction company in the world, pastor of a local church in Howard County, chairperson of the Interfaith Advisory Council for Anne Arundel County, and most of all, a strong supporter of me and other youths in the community. Her bravery has helped me during this traumatic experience. I'm in a better place today than I was 3 years ago as a student at Salisbury University. I'm starting to make progress with my education and my career as I am a student at University of Maryland Global Campus, and I work as a permanent state employee for Anne Arundel County Health Department. I must say, I was robbed as an aspiring football player in the experience of living on campus when I was targeted with racial graffiti in Henson Hall during class. I've always wanted to be an actor because of my outgoing personality and my love for theater. No one would have ever thought these acts would shatter my dreams. I became numb to the confident scholar that I was, and I lost all hope in playing football ever again. I am grateful for Professor Desper, who tried so hard to comfort me in the midst of my white peers. I'm here today for you to vote in favor of House Bill 872, so future students will not be traumatized and parents will be able to be refunded tuition that was not used. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. We now have Angelique Phillips.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Angelique Lewis Phillips, and I'm here today representing Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, the Psi Epsilon Omega chapter in Greenbelt, Bowie, Maryland. I'm here to urge this committee to support HB 872 under the University of Maryland student withdrawal reimbursement of tuition and fees. The COVID-19 pandemic has shed light on several other health-related factors affecting young adults and young people. In addition, the expense of post-secondary education can make it extremely difficult for families and students to obtain their education while simultaneously dealing with other factors impacting everyday life. The bill includes those constituent institutions and centers of the University System of Maryland to authorize students to withdraw under certain circumstances and to reimburse the student for tuition and fees paid for their attending semester under certain circumstances. Those extenuating circumstances are illness, injury, hospitalization, and mental health and wellness. Although my daughter successfully completed her final semester of college at home in quarantine, many of her friends did not. The sudden isolation and lack of interpersonal interaction created a challenging circumstance to navigate. Several of her friends dropped out and failed to return due to the recent COVID-19 related illnesses that impacted them physically and mentally. Life is not perfect. College students faced with the hard decision to leave their institutions should not be penalized. The reimbursement can help the student with other costs that they may incur due to the extenuating circumstances. And in the future, once the student is well, he or she may use those funds to continue their college journey. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Inc. was founded on a college campus by college-educated women. We believe firmly in the importance of post-secondary education, and we also hold high the valuable role of health in everyone's life in order to pursue happiness. This bill looks at how vital both aspects are for young people. I urge favorable report on Bill HB 872. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. We now have Brooke Foils. Is someone?
I do not see Brooke Foils in the waiting.
Okay.
She is submitting a written testimony.
Oh, okay. Okay. Deanna Felder.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, delegates, all assembled. I'm here representing Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the Alpha Alpha Lambda Omega chapter in College Park, Maryland. I asked to be able to testify today because I believe in the proposed House Bill 872, University System of Maryland Student Withdrawal Reimbursement of Tuition and Fees. I know this bill, if passed, could be beneficial. I experienced a sudden sickness in college myself. I put off my health because I couldn't adjust to the negative, costly financial impact I would endure from withdrawing from school. The thought of missing classes, having a prognosis of an illness or physical setback that would extend the cost of college or threaten the completion of school just seemed overwhelming at the time. I ended up having emergency surgery and I was hospitalized. The lasting effects of delaying that decision to address my health versus withdrawing from the university affected me financially several years. If House Bill 872 is passed, reimbursing students for tuition and fees for the sudden onset of illness, injury, hospitalizations, mental health, students can use these funds for medical costs incurred and ensure that they'll be able to continue their college journey. Now, college students have more health uncertainties from COVID-19 and the possibility of a reinsurgence, which lies ahead. Unfortunately, there are many futuristic instances that could lead to the onset of an illness that could bring a bill such as House Bill 872 into factor and make all the difference. Passing this bill will demonstrate the support of valuing completing a secondary education. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated was founded by college-educated women. We believe and value the importance of being able to complete a post-secondary education. Our continuing vision is to always be a voice and stand for opportunities that help support the furtherance of merit and scholarship achievement without sacrificing your health, values, or the pursuit of happiness. If found favorable, this bill will assist in alleviating the hard decisions of leaving an institution and making your care and health a priority. I urge a favorable report on House Bill 872. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess this is the moment where I got to say AKA is in the house, right?
Yes.
All right. We have Janice Washington, also from AKA.
Yes. I want to be sure I'm unmuted. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the House Appropriations Committee. My name is Janice Washington, and I'm here representing the Maryland State Connection and Social Action Committee of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. First, I want to thank Delegate Henson for sponsoring this bill because it adversely affected me at one point. I am here to urge the committee to support HB 872 UMD student withdrawal reimbursement of tuition fees. This will allow students who withdraw due to extenuating circumstances of injury, illness, hospitalization, and mental health to be reimbursed tuition fees paid that semester. This legislation is very important to me because I have a daughter who got sick while in college and was hospitalized. She had to withdraw from college the year before she graduated. As a widow, I had to only rely on my salary as a teacher and financial aid for her college expenses. I lost about $15,000 that semester because her illness occurred at a time refunds were not considered. Since she was not able to complete that semester, she was not given a refund on her tuition. This refund would have enabled me as the parent to apply some of the funds to hospital and other medical expenses. This had a great impact on me because I had another child in college, my son, who was in medical school. With the rising cost of tuition, room and board for four-year private or public institutions, the cost of going to college averages $20,000 to $50,000 a year. During the last 2 years, the pandemic of the coronavirus has jeopardized the collegiate plans for thousands of students. And before the pandemic, health conditions such as mononucleosis and pneumonia were among the top medical conditions that stood in the way of graduating on time or at all. Now, coronavirus poses a real threat. And in this case, the student should have a physician or a medical practitioner to certify their illness requires withdrawal from college, and their tuition should be refunded. I wholeheartedly support this bill, and I encourage the members of this committee to pass this bill. Thank you for this opportunity to present our position on this important issue. Our students must be given a chance to succeed with their career choices, even when they fall victim to sickness and ill health. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman and the committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Washington, for your testimony. And thank you so much to the bill sponsor for sponsoring this bill and presenting this bill. And Mr. Cardin, thank you for your courage and bravery of sharing your personal testimony. To the bill sponsor, I do have a question regarding about students who may have traumatic experiences during their time at community colleges. Have there been any consideration with regard to those students in that population with regard to this bill?
Chair, I think that the experiences of mental health becoming a challenge for students is not unique to just four-year institutions. I do think these challenges could arise in our community colleges. And if it was the will of the committee, I would certainly consider an amendment to include our community college students the same protection, a friendly amendment and in line with the bill's intention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Delegate Henson. Next, we'll move on to unfavorable testimony. First, we have Joanne Bauman with the University System of Maryland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Joanne Bauman. I'm the Senior Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs for the University System of Maryland. And I want to assure you that the USM institutions work with our students experiencing challenges, physical or mental, to help them complete their studies or return to campus after a hiatus. In the last few years, we've seen an increase in mental health challenges, and we in fact have expanded our support services for those students. As you've heard, every institution has clearly defined policies and processes, and every campus studies each case individually. You can only imagine the number of extenuating circumstances in a broad definition that we have among our 170,000 plus students. The way the bill is currently written, it would be impossible to determine the financial impact it might have on institutions, especially if a student wants to withdraw after the majority of the semester has been completed and costs already incurred by the universities. Our policies do permit withdrawal during the first weeks with a sliding scale. I assure you we care deeply about our students, and our focus is to work with those students so they may complete successfully. Our written testimony gives a little bit more detail, but I'd like to turn to two of my colleagues who are with us today to explain their campus procedures, if I might. Thank you very much. We urge an unfavorable report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bauman, for your testimony. Next, we have our testimony from Artie Davis, Frostburg State University.
You're still on mute.
Dr. Davis, if you could unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee and guests. My name is Artie Travis. I'm the Vice President of Student Affairs, and I represent USM's Jewel in Western Maryland at Frostburg State University. And on behalf of my hardworking colleagues, the other Vice President for Student Affairs, we respectfully request an unfavorable committee report. USM institutions work closely on a day-to-day basis with students experiencing challenges with physical, mental health, and also, as noted, issues of race on campus, sex, etc. And we try to help them on a day-to-day basis to complete their studies and return to campus, even if they have a hiatus. Each institution has specific policies, as been stated, and processes to support each of our students. As a Student Affairs Vice President for Student Affairs, as I do with other colleagues on other campuses, we're well aware of criteria that programs support, and also we try to do everything we can with diligence and efforts to make the campus a place of belonging for all students. Under existing conditions, Frostburg State University Like our other campuses, we already have a withdrawal policy. We sometimes also seek leave of absence for any reason, including physical, mental health, and also racial issues on the campus if that comes to the fore. A student's potential refund is prorated based on their time of attendance. For students with physical and mental health challenges or other extenuating circumstances, will not prevent them from withdrawing from the university as we have a policy in place. Those policies are ultimately reviewed by the Office of the Provost and the Office of the Vice President. While each institution is unique, we all work in coordination on the campus, as has been mentioned over the last number of years.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Dr. Davis, you can summarize, please.
Okay, this bill mandates a reimbursement, which is extremely low threshold. For example, mental health and wellness has no evidence required in the bill is a dangerous trifecta. University will be forced to provide full reimbursement for any student who makes a request. Again, Chair, I thank you for this opportunity to quickly testify, and the University System of Maryland requests an unfavorable committee report.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Davis. Next, we have Yvette Mosey-Ross from UMBC.
Great, thank you and good afternoon. My name is Yvette Mosey-Ross. I am Vice Provost for Enrollment Management and Planning at UMBC. Like most institutions, UMBC offers what we refer to as a request for exception to enrollment policy. This request or petition process is published and is readily accessible to our students via our catalog, student guides, handbooks, and via our student consumer information website. The request for exception to enrollment policy provides an opportunity for students to request that their enrollment for a course or courses in a particular semester be adjusted based on documented extenuating circumstances, including death of a family member, personal medical and health concerns, including mental health concerns, military deployment, among others. UMBC receives over 200 requests a year. We approve approximately a third of those requests, and approved requests could result in a late or retroactive withdrawal, late or retroactive term cancellation, and a partial or full tuition reimbursement in accordance with the published tuition refund schedule. Because of the often complex nature of the request, the Office of Enrollment Management works closely with our Division of Student Affairs and our Division of Undergraduate Academic Affairs and other units around campus to ensure that we are giving full and careful consideration to each request. You should know too that in the spirit of continuous improvement, we also use the request to help inform practice and policy. For example, we have developed and deployed new communications to better inform students of policies, important dates and deadlines, and support resources and services available to students experiencing difficult challenges. And we are currently proposing new grading options to provide students an alternative to a complete course withdrawal, so allows the student to salvage the course. Therefore, we believe the existing petition processes that UMBC provides students seeking adjustments to their enrollment due to extenuating circumstances meets the spirit of House Bill 872. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Provost Mosey-Ross. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor, Delegate Solomon?
Helpful if I unmuted. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just a question for Dr. Bauman, and good to see you again. So I guess, I mean, it's interesting to hear from UMBC. It sounds like they have a policy that would, at least as I read it, maybe honor the spirit of this bill, but how many other schools within the system have a policy like that?
All 12.
That honors the spirit of what we're trying to do here?
Absolutely, with a stated series of timelines and withdrawal, and with student support services and a review process associated with the request.
And a reimbursement process?
Yes.
I think it would be really helpful for our committee to get that, because clearly something did not work at Salisbury. And I think we've all had concerns and other issues that sometimes there are policies that we believe should be uniform across the system, that a student at one institution who's experiencing a mental health crisis shouldn't necessarily be treated differently than a student at another institution. So I think it'd be really helpful to see those as we consider going forward on this.
Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you.
be happy to send those policies, but as you've heard from our two campuses, each case is reviewed on its own merits. So there will be variability even within one campus on a case-by-case basis.
Delegate Mangione.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for Dr. Baumann as well. My question, I guess, and I'm very sympathetic to what the sponsor trying to do and to the gentleman's story and all the stories, but I guess the question is, how do you, or how does it work with your budgets? An example, if you have an unknown particular amount, could that be pretty challenging, not having any idea how many of these individual cases would happen, where that money that you may have already allocated or whatnot to a certain whatever, how you go about now giving refunds for an unknown amount of individuals. Can you touch on that?
Yes, thank you, Delegate. That's one of the challenges. That's why we have a sliding scale carefully written in each policy, that the earlier in the semester that a student is asked to withdraw, the more they would get back. Once we have already incurred the majority of the costs for the semester, it is very difficult for us to reimburse. That is why we work very hard with each student to try and keep them on course in that course or courses during that semester. And one of the reasons that we've been, in fact, expanding, especially since the pandemic hit, our mental health services to try and help students that we know are under a great deal of duress.
Delegate, thank you for response.
Mr. Chair, I only wanted to add the context that we're talking about families that have paid their tuition out of pocket. We understand that federal law has preemptions and rules for what we do with federal student aid. So we're really looking at families that have paid the tuition to the previous delegate's question, and then to the question on the scope of it. The universities are indicating that they believe that this policy is already covered in existing law. So it sounds on the university end like us understanding the scope of the number of students that may tap into it may be very readily understandable based on the number that tap into this now. And I don't believe that it's caused any financial calamity at any of our institutions. I also wanted to add to the discussion as well that what's consistent amongst the policies in our institutions is exceptional circumstances for illness, injury, and hospitalization. But elevating mental health to not squeeze it into one of those categories, but have it be its own standalone category so that when the evidence of mental harm is there, we do have an appropriate vehicle for that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question that could be answered by any of the opponents of the bill. I do appreciate that there could be some hit on the budget if folks are withdrawing early, but I wanted to know, to the extent that you have knowledge, you know there's going to be some level of churn for a variety of reasons, right? Is there any type of buffer or allocation of loss kind of programmed into the budget related to these types of withdrawals that you know are going to happen every year anyway, but especially connecting the mental health crisis we're under and the fact that we do not have enough providers, let alone enough providers of color? It feels as if there needs to be some type of budgetary allowance for the likely churn for these issues. Does that exist? And if not, are there discussions of this being built into your budgeting models?
Thank you, Delegate Smith, for those comments. First of all, I can tell you that the federal dollars that we have received during the pandemic have been of tremendous help because we have put many more resources into our mental health support services over the last couple of years. We know we're going to have to adapt our financial models moving forward, but as Yvette Mosey-Ross pointed out, mental health is usually considered or always considered under the health crisis. If in fact the request is that we change our policies to clarify that, I think that would certainly be something that we would consider, because I can assure you that several, if not many, a large proportion of the cases might include mental health stressors as the extenuating circumstances.
Thank you very much for all the questions. That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 872. Committee will now move on to House Bill 1098.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the Appropriations Committee. It's an honor to be with you today to present House Bill 1098. The bill requires each public institution of higher education to designate a case manager for students with chronic health conditions. You know, it's interesting to have listened to the hearing prior to mine, because it doesn't cost much to keep the students at the schools when you really make an effort. And this is what I'm asking for us to do here. So for children with chronic health conditions, the support they rely upon in their formative years of kindergarten through 12th grade evaporates, right? The parents are gone, the support system is gone once they graduate from high school and they pursue higher education. Managing chronic care is challenging, and many individuals with chronic conditions are often overlooked or ignored. We need to ensure that students are able to complete their education while having their needs met, especially with COVID, where we have a lot of long haulers and people that are going to be experiencing illnesses that they did not before. Last year, the Maryland Higher Education Commission and the Maryland Department of Health established a work group to examine the data available on students with chronic health conditions. And this happened because you made it possible, the Appropriations Committee, by budget language. We had a committee in and we withdrew it. And we said, okay, we'll let you do it on your own, and you helped us do that. And they looked at this data. So the work group provided recommendations to eliminate challenges and accommodate the needs of students with chronic health conditions. One of those recommendations is the basis of this bill that we have right here today. It basically the recommendation was support campuses to employ centralized case managers for students to coordinate services among different departments. For example, the faculty, the health center, the medical professionals. We're not asking for a health manager here. We're asking for a case manager. If you want to think about it as a coordinator, someone who will be the person that will bring everyone together, that will look at the resources on campus and have it in a centralized manner to make life easier for these students rather than piecemeal it. The fiscal note only says it will cost $76,000 per institution annually to hire a case manager. It doesn't cost much to keep these students. The report states that there are a number of resources campuses in Maryland may provide to students with chronic health conditions. This bill will require each institution to basically make an effort to be intentional about having a case manager to reduce those barriers that impede academic success. The case manager will collect data and information on currently available programs, services, and outcomes. This will serve to enhance and continue the data collection on students with chronic health conditions. You know, simply put, the purpose of this bill is not to reinvent the wheel or cause an inconvenience to our higher institutions. Student case management program already exists at the University of Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University. Loyola recently implemented case management service to support residential students that test positive for COVID-19. Goucher College utilizes clinical case management to help students locate community mental health services during the summer. UMBC has academic advocates who follow a coordinated care case management model that facilitates support to the undergraduate students. These services already successfully exist in some institutions of higher education, providing a blueprint for others to follow. It's not that complicated. Case management is an easy and effective recommendation suggested by the report that this committee requested of the Maryland Higher Education Commission and the Maryland Department of Health. This bill is the first step in ensuring that every child in our state grows up with the opportunity to reach their dreams and aspirations. And the $76,000 is worth it. And I respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you so much for your attention today. I really appreciate it. I do have a panel, other people. Thank you so much for also considering their testimony today.
Thank you. It's always good to see you in the committee.
Thank you so much.
Any questions of the Vice Chair of HGO? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
We will now move to People who've signed up to testify in favor of House Bill 1098. We have Matthew Celentano.
Madam Chair, members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Matt Celentano. I'm actually here today, not on behalf of a client, but on behalf of my wife, Katie, and my 3 wonderful kids. 3 years ago, when my daughter Annie was 5, she was diagnosed with a rare, severe autoimmune brain disease. The chemo that was ultimately used to help treat her condition caused an immune condition that will likely be lifelong. Her autoimmune disease flares and subsides, causing neuropsychiatric and physical symptoms. Her immune condition is constant and requires monthly monitoring and infusions. Any infection, even a common cold, can cause a flare of her autoimmune system, so it can make her sick enough to risk hospitalization. So you might imagine COVID has been sort of terrifying at our house. This little girl, this means that my little girl has endured hospitalizations, tests, doctors, needles, and endless hours of infusion for more than a third of her life. Imagine being asked by your child when you can stop all these things and knowing the answer is probably never, or at best, I really don't know. As a parent in this position, you advocate like hell for your child. You move mountains to get them the care and attention and services they need. But in the back of your mind, you know this is a lifelong journey. You know that someday your child will be 18, 19, 20, a college student with all the same hopes and dreams of other young adults their age, and all the same medical issues and complications and special needs that they have now. I believe this bill is an important first step. I want my daughter to have access to the same college experience as my other 2 children, but that will mean special accommodations for monthly infusions and side effects that come with them and the neuropsychiatric symptoms that come with a flare. It will mean some help to navigate medical needs, dorm living, career planning, etc. Having a point person to help Annie navigate the many aspects of the system would be life-changing, and for other kids out there dealing with the same kind of conditions. As you look around this Zoom room today, I can guarantee that if you don't know a young adult with a chronic illness, one of your colleagues does. These people are our future, literally. I ask you to support the bill that gives them a chance to meet their college potential or their potential in college and beyond, and I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1098. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. We now have physicians, parent, caregivers. Santi?
Hello.
Yes, welcome.
Chair McIntosh and committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on behalf of young adults with chronic conditions, a group that calls themselves Young Invisibles. I'm a physician in health policy and the founder of a voluntary nonprofit that seeks social justice for this group. Most important, I'm the mother of a young invisible whose name is Natasha. Unfortunately, she's sick today and unable to testify. However, I please urge you to read her written testimony. You may be wondering why we are asking for attention to this population and why now. This population has emerged almost unnoticed. 4 decades ago, children with chronic conditions were unlikely to survive, but advances in science and technology have enabled over 90% to enter adulthood. The other thing we are seeing are conditions surfacing in young adulthood. Young invisibles are the new 21st century priority population. In college, these students need support from health centers, disability services, dorms, dining, career counseling, and to engage in campus life. A case manager would make a huge difference to help these students navigate college. Many young invisibles have normal cognition and are able to complete college. Their problem is health, and they're being penalized for this. Too many students are telling us that they have to take incompletes, medical withdrawals, and that they're being flunked, kicked out, and are dropping out. We need to know what's happening to this population and provide supports to help them graduate. If society continues to ignore young invisibles and their needs for support in college and work, they will end up on state welfare. And today we're in the age of inclusion. Colleges have programs and services to support vulnerable groups, including those who struggle with alcohol, marijuana, opioid, mental health, and disabilities. So why then do we continue to exclude students with chronic health conditions? From our national policy work, we believe Maryland is the first state legislature to focus on students with chronic conditions. Maryland could be a role model for other states in Congress. This bill is a critical first step that could open the door to change that young invisibles need to succeed. I request you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. And you said that Natasha could not be here today.
Unfortunately, she's sick, but she submitted written testimony.
Very good. That's what I was going to suggest. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now move to Caitlin with Invisible Wave Movement. Hi, Caitlin. How are you?
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caitlin Trevathan, and I'm a blogger for the Invisible Wave Movement that is under Dr. B's organization. We raise awareness for young invisibles and share our experiences through our blogs and our social media pages. In December, I graduated from Erskine College with a BA in biology and a minor in health management, and I'm currently in the nursing program at South College in Knoxville, Tennessee. I started experiencing symptoms my freshman year of college and did not get a diagnosis until my second semester of sophomore year. By the time I received a diagnosis and my accommodations, my GPA had already suffered due to numerous amounts of doctor's appointments, attendance grade issues because I was ill, and just feeling sick and not being able to go to class. At the end of my freshman year, I had a 2.0 GPA and realized my dream of going to med school was no longer a reality. By the end of my undergraduate program, I had been diagnosed with 4 invisible chronic illnesses. I graduated with a 3.0. However, if it was not for my professor's kindness and understanding at my small college in South Carolina, I would have had to drop out due to having to search for answers. Even once I got my accommodations, it was my responsibility to give all of my professors the letters that stated what my accommodations were, as well as email them anytime I felt ill and couldn't come to class. Even with my accommodations, there were certain circumstances where my grades suffered due to attendance. If there had been a case manager or someone to help me in the beginning or right after I had been diagnosed, I wouldn't have had to go through some of the struggles I did, doing things in community bathrooms and going through labs and testing and missing class. I may have ended up with a higher GPA and ultimately in med school. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to have you. Any questions? Okay. We're now going to move to Joanne from the University of Maryland. You're here. And
Thank you.
Not favorable.
Thank you, Chair McIntosh and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Joanne Baughman, Senior Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs at the USM. I would point out that since our testimony last week in the Senate, we've actually met with the sponsors of the bill and their advocates. However, as of today, we must remain opposed to the bill as written because it confounds the processes that we already have in place, some of which the bill sponsor articulated. We concur that students with serious chronic conditions need support services, and we're willing to evaluate our models and those in other states. We believe that the services that are being described are best coordinated by our professionals in our disability support service offices. With the very broad scope and size of the population as defined in this bill, it would be very difficult to provide all of those services, and certainly not with a $76,000 price tag, because College Park has estimated that as many as 10,000 of their students would meet the definition in this bill. What we propose is a meeting with our health center directors and directors of disability support services to better determine ways that we can pull those two groups together and make sure students with chronic conditions who might not usually seek disability support services actually get appropriately referred. We'll also seek to improve ways to make sure that all students recognize the scope and breadth of the services provided by our disability support services. We'll work to gather information from our campuses to better determine the scope of this challenge and explore ways that we can improve on our campuses, both with and without full service health centers. But as it is written, we must respectfully recommend an unfavorable report today, but you have our commitment to work with the appropriate groups to find better ways of supporting these students with chronic health conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay. Have a great day. That concludes the bill hearing. We're now going to move to House Bill 966. Delegate Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, appreciate the opportunity to present this legislation. For the record, again, Delegate Jared Solomon, And what I am presenting today is a bill that would require Maryland public institutions of higher education to essentially establish uniform standards to award credit for prior learning assessments, or as we most often know them, advanced placement exams, International Baccalaureate or college level examination program, or CLAP, as well as the Cambridge Analytics degree program. So a little bit of background on this. So particularly on AP and CLAP, there are actually 31 states that already have, 31 states have uniform policies. And so what our bill would do is basically say if you have a score of a 3 or a score of a 50 on a CLEP exam, and then we're asking the public institutions to essentially set a floor for the other 2 exams, you know that you would get credit for those exams. We do give the opportunity for individual institutions to say, you may not get specific major credit. If you're a pre-med major, they may require a 4 or a 5, but you know at least that you are going to get some sort of credit. You're either going to get elective or something. Which is really important. Obviously, we've placed a lot of emphasis in our K-12 system on students taking classes that will give them sort of advanced access to college, whether it be through dual enrollment or through the increase in AP and IB programs. And I think what's most critical to know is we didn't just pull sort of the 3 out of a hat. So the American Council on Education, which is sort of the overriding umbrella group for the most prestigious universities across the country, both public and private, states that a 3 should be enough to qualify for credit. And we know through volumes and volumes of research that students who score a 3 on at least one AP exam are more likely to enroll in college. They're more likely to major or minor in the area of their exam. They're more likely to persist in graduation and more likely to graduate on time. And also, most importantly, research shows that if you pass an AP exam with a 3 and you're placed into the subsequent course, the next course sort of above it, you're more than likely to perform as well or better than students who took the traditional classroom course. So what that means is, again, we should be incentivizing our students to be able to take AP and advanced placement courses and other prior learning program classes, but we should also make sure that there's some consistency. And if you look at the often mind-bogglingly confusing grid between our community colleges and our four-year institutions of what qualifies, it's often sometimes really hard to find any rhyme or reason as to why one institution takes, maybe a 3 on an English class or a statistics course, but then another institution of seemingly similar standards requires a 4 or a 5. And so again, I think it's really important that the uniformity and the consistency is put in place based on just the number of AP exams that students took in Maryland. And by the way, we rank about 6th in the nation on AP performance, which I think is an incredible statistic. The state could potentially save as much as $63 million for students and families, because obviously, we subsidize our public institutions. So if a student not only has to take a class at the K-12 level, but then essentially have to take that class again at higher ed, that's an additional cost for us. So with that, I would urge a favorable report, and joining us today are some wonderful teachers from across the state who can share their experience as well. And I forgot to mention, most importantly, we did work extensively with the university system as well as the community colleges. They are in support of this bill. There's a small amendment that I forwarded to the committee that just clarifies on the data collection piece, a point that USM wanted us to make, that we are looking for data specifically on the courses that are used for these exams, not for just sort of prior learning in general. But they were supportive of the work that we're doing, and I wanted to make sure that the committee knew that.
Thank you. Any questions of the sponsor? Very good. We do have Ms. Bradner here to testify.
I am right here, Chairwoman. Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome.
My name is Mirta Bradner, and I've been teaching for the last 26 years in public education, 19 of those at North Carolina High School in Caroline County. I am an AP Spanish language and culture teacher. Also, I grade or read the AP exam for Spanish. I want to say that I am in fully support of this bill from Delegate Solomon. I believe that Students who earn a 3, a 4, or a 5 should also be given equal credit in our universities and colleges. I think in the last 2 years, especially where our students have worked their hardest in a time of confusion for teachers, for students, and they came in, show up, did what we asked them, and maybe their scores were not what they would have been, usually due to it was a different type of learning. They should be rewarded and given credit for those scores as well. An AP score in a scale of 1 through 5 says that you would get credit if you earn a 3, a 4, or a 5. Therefore, in some of the public colleges and universities, 3 is not given credit, which creates some confusion for our students. Also, it kind of makes them feel as maybe their hard work was not just, that they just didn't do enough. But at the same time, College Board is telling them that yes, 3 is a passing score. I actually have a quote from a parent in my school in which their child before the pandemic and of course received a 5 or earned a 5, but during the pandemic when it was such a time of different learning, earned a 3 in the course. And she wanted me to pass this information to the committee. And she said, I'm quoting, as a parent of a future college student, it will greatly impact our ability to send my child to college, as college costs are a big factor in our family's current finances. Having the option to take an additional coursework in high school to meet the requirements of an AP class and taking the AP test that could then grant her college credit is an invaluable benefit to her family's current and future financial stability. The score of 3 being accepted would also be just a reward for her efforts in high school. I think that we need to also celebrate the success that is not just achieved by accident, but by the hard work of our students, our teachers, and our classrooms across the state. And please reward us all for creating a stronger AP program, stronger CLEP programs, IB programs, and by creating a prior credit learning policy system that is fair and equal for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, we have Baltimore City Public Schools, Amanda. Is Amanda in the room?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, it's Baltimore County Public Schools. Thank you. The BCPS gets everybody. So good afternoon, Chairwoman McIntosh, Vice Chairman Chang, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I appreciate your time today. I am Amanda Lattimore. I am an AP Computer Science teacher in Baltimore County Public Schools, where I've taught for 20 years. I appreciate you taking time to review this bill, which will help many students in Maryland. In computer science, I have had students pay to retake the AP exam because University of Maryland only accepts a 5 or an AP CSA, that's the Java language class, and doesn't accept any score on AP Computer Science Principles, which is one of the most inclusive AP courses. College Board made it that way. It's a fabulous course. But other schools such as UMBC accept a 3 or higher for both exams. Most students do not have the opportunity to pay $96 more than once and are therefore restricted by which colleges accept credit. In a public university system, I believe there should be transparency and consistency. I've scored the AP Computer Science A exam for the past 9 years, and a score of 3 or higher is certainly sufficient for students to earn college credit. I hope that you see that this will positively impact our students and give them more choice when attending public institutions in Maryland. Thank you for your time, and I urge support of this bill.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Very good. We're going to now move to House Bill 1324. Delegate Corman, before you begin, Delegate Corman, I believe we have delegates Learman, Love, and Weevil here in the room from Environment and Transportation. Is that right? Or is it Delegate Jones? Who's here? Delegate Jones is here for something else. Okay. There you go. Weevil, you're back in appropriations again. Delegate Corman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, colleagues on the Appropriations Committee. I come before you today with the Maryland Rail Investment Act, HB 1324. Let me just say, if you're one of the members of this committee who thinks we invest enough in infrastructure or that we should invest less, I look forward to your questions, but this bill is not for you. But if you're one of those who's always coming to me saying, we should spend more on this, we should spend more on that, what about this project, what about that project? This bill is for you. It presents one of the options we have to help fund our infrastructure. These options are not easy. They involve tough choices and difficult debates, and frankly, sometimes challenging conversations with our constituents. The federal government just passed a really transformative, exciting infrastructure bill that is not paid for at all. That is not an option for us. We don't have our own central bank. We don't have our own printing presses. We need to find revenue sources. This bill establishes the Maryland Rail Authority to fund and implement rail and transit projects through the use of revenue from Maryland's existing toll facilities in excess of the road maintenance needs and debt service, which is an approach also followed in New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania at least. The new authority would have its own bonding capacity, which would allow it to issue bonds backed by excess toll revenue without impacting the Maryland Transportation Authority's existing bonds or those of the Maryland Department of Transportation. The Maryland Transportation Secretary would serve as chair of the board of the authority and would be one of the 9 members. And I'm happy to provide more detail on who those members would be, and it's also in my testimony. Funding for the rail authority would come from instituting optimal tolling at the 8 toll facilities currently operated by the Maryland Transportation Authority. And I'll just note the legislation excludes the proposed I-270, I-495 toll lanes. That's a debate for another day. An optimal tolling strategy involves setting a toll at or near the highest amount a user would be willing to pay in order to gain maximum revenue. And thanks to the age of easy passes and all electronic tolling, optimal tolling can be adjusted as appropriate to offer discounts to local residents, seniors, those exiting at certain locations, and so on, in order to truly optimize who is paying how much. The Maryland Rail Authority is crafted to be flexible and can either be responsible for financing, construction, and operation of new rail and transit projects, or can partner with the Maryland Transit Administration for operations. Now, let me just say there's a concept out there that people are using to try to pay for infrastructure called asset recycling. Asset recycling is where a private company comes in and either buys or enters a long-term lease with a state for public infrastructure and gives either a balloon payment or annual payments in return. I'm generally opposed to that kind of approach because I think if the private sector entity can make money on it, we can either do that ourselves as a state, or they're engaging in things that we would be uncomfortable doing as a state, and we're just trying to pass the buck over to them. This is an alternative to that approach. It makes more sense to me to raise revenue that way and fund some of the many projects I've heard about that there's interest from members of this committee and the Environment Transportation Committee and the full House to work on. So I come before you today with this option for funding some of our infrastructure needs and hope the committee will give it its consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair. You're on mute, Madam Chair.
We do have a couple of questions. Delegate Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure which camp I would be in when you're prefaced your testimony. So is this an increase to the tolls? And then I guess the additional amount is going to go into a new separate fund for rails. Is that, am I incorrect?
Yeah, that's about right, Delegate. I'll briefly just explain that this would require the Maryland Transportation Authority, our existing tollway provider, to enact what's called optimal tolling, which is an economic concept, where instead of the tolls, frankly, being based on the political persuasion of the governor or political convenience, it's based on what the sort of economic, what the market will bear, frankly, for that toll. Of course, we want to set aside any revenue that generates to maintain our existing facilities, the bridges and the tunnels and the roadways, as well as pay our existing debt service, the bonds that have been issued off the existing tolls. But then the excess amount would go into this separate fund administered by this separate authority. And the appetite of that authority, frankly, would have to be increased or decreased depending on what that dollar amount is. And there are considerations that can go into generating that dollar amount, including, as I said, the various discounts we might want to offer. We might be more interested, for example, in tolling truckers at a different level than people trying to go to the beach on the Eastern Shore over the Bay Bridge with their family on the weekend.
So originally with tolling, the premise behind creating these tolls, whether it's a section of road or a bridge or whatever is to, like you said, part of it is to pay the debt service on that, and then also pay for the maintenance. I mean, this is the case that we made with the general public when we established these tolls to begin with. So how can we explain that? Like you said, it's going to be a tough explanation back home to say, hey, you know what, your money is going to go above and beyond the intended purpose of these tolls to begin with. Now it's going to go, especially if you live in Western Maryland, Southern Maryland, or the Eastern Shore, where, we're never going to see that money again. How do we explain that back home?
Yeah, so actually, Delegate, thank you. I mean, some of the projects authorized in the bill, and I authorize particular things the rail authority can pursue, include extending the MARC rail to Western Maryland, something the Western Maryland delegation has advocated for, and the Southern Maryland Rapid Transit System, something many members from Southern Maryland have advocated for. Happy to talk to you about an Eastern Shore project. I understand maybe there's a bridge in Cecil County that Amtrak runs over that might need some investment. So I dispute the notion that just because you live in a certain part of the state, you'll never see the money again. I'm also not as familiar with you maybe of the history of when those tolls were first set. I have no idea when they first built the Bay Bridge, what the sort of deal that was presented was. You might be right about that. I don't know. I'm happy to sort of look into that issue. I just note that other states do this. There are other states that take toll revenue and don't just reinvest it into that existing road or paying off debt service, but do invest into other things.
Now, which two roads are exempt from this, did you say?
So this just exempts the non-existing 270 and 495 toll lanes. Those haven't been built yet, so it doesn't cover those. And honestly, I just exclude them because it's part of many other controversies that you've heard about, and they have a different tolling strategy there as it is. So
okay, so they don't exist. Okay, that's fine. All right,
those are the ones that are those are the ones that are the public-private partnership the administration
okay
currently pursuing but haven't been constructed.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate.
If I can ask a question, Delegate Corman, there was a study that looked at our tolls generally in Maryland that was conducted a year or two ago. Is that correct, or am I correct about that?
Yeah, there was some discussion around that, Madam Chair. You might recall there was a bill of Delegate Solomon's that we had to stick a provision about asset recycling, but not a lot has come of that, so I didn't get into all that here.
Right. But it is true that we have, in our state, I-95 and a lot of major thoroughfares that run through our state where you do notice when you get up into other states where their tolls are much higher than ours, correct?
There are other states that do aspects of optimal tolling, and at least 3 states that take excess tolling, in terms of beyond what's needed for the maintenance of the facility and put it towards other uses.
And so if we did something like this, could we exclude Maryland residents from the higher tolls?
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of Easy Pass is that you can draw the lines all types of ways. Obviously, however you draw those lines is going to impact the revenue you generate. But yes, you could, exempt Marylanders. You could exempt Marylanders of a certain age. You could, exempt people who end up passing a gantry at Ocean City rather than are getting off somewhere else, between the Bay Bridge and wherever they're going. There's lots of different options you could.
Well, as long as you don't require my age to be put on my license plate, I'll be all right with that. All right.
Right.
All right. Delegate Beitzel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Corman, on this bill, what kind of rail projects are you thinking about that this may fund with the tolls, and does it include maglev?
So I would just note in the draft of the bill, I don't have the page number, I'm just looking at my summary. We would limit the options of the rail authority to extending MARC commuter rail service to Newark, Delaware, and that's actually Delegate Grice. That's the Amtrak bridge that you've become interested in. The run-through service to Northern Virginia, which is part of a bill that we passed Delegate Solomons a few years ago, and the Western Maryland extension, that was Senator Quarterman and Delegate Pham's bill. Replacing the Baltimore Potomac Tunnel, which is now known as the Douglas Tunnel in Baltimore City, construction of the Southern Maryland Rapid Transit System, and then improvements on the existing Brunswick, Camden, and Penn commuter lines. So as introduced, it doesn't include maglev or any other new technologies.
It does not, right? Does not include it.
It does not.
Right.
And Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
may, and Delegate Corman, how does this impact the Transportation Trust Fund as far as the percentages of of revenue that comes from that goes out to projects. Will this distract from maintenance of highways and other things? And will a bigger portion of those funds be allocated to mass transit projects?
Right. So as of now, Delegate Beitzel, as you know, the Maryland Transportation Authority revenue is basically separate from the trust fund. So that money does not go out to like highway user revenue or anything like that. It stays within the Maryland Transportation Authority. Now, they use that basically for two things, for maintenance and for servicing their debt. They also sometimes use their cash reserve to offer loans for things through the Department of Transportation, but those are loans. Those are not sort of project funding that's coming out of the Transportation Authority. Outside of their own facilities, they do projects in their own facilities, but they don't send money to, for example, Garrett County to fill potholes out of the Transportation Authority revenue. And I would just note, Delegate, in fact, that could be another option as well. Obviously not my preferred course. I like spending money on the choo-choos, as you know, but another way to do this would be to say, we're going to take the excess revenue from optimal tolling and give it all to the counties or the cities. That's an option as well.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Kettleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I haven't studied this legislation at length, but I have two questions. First one is the requirement, am I reading it right, that the Transportation Authority cannot issue bonds without getting the approval of the Rail Authority?
Right. So the way the bill is designed, and certainly there's a lot of details that could be hashed out. I didn't have the benefit of the administration helping me as I was writing this. The thought is we want to make sure that the Transportation Authority is not sort of purposely overextending itself to the detriment of the Rail Authority, but is actually undertaking the capital projects it needs to maintain the roads and bridges and tunnels in good condition, but is not sort of purposely, for bureaucratically competitive reasons, siphoning off revenue that could otherwise go to the Rail Authority. So that's sort of the purpose of that cooperative arrangement.
Is there also a requirement that the Rail Authority get the approval of the Transportation Authority?
Oh, that's a great question, Delegate Kittleman. I honestly can't remember off the top of my head if that is in there or not. I apologize. I'm happy to look that up and follow
the
up.
other question I had there was the operating budget of these rail projects. How are they to be funded? Also by these revenue bonds?
Sure. So, it would depend on the project. I mean, for example, if you're talking about an improvement on the Brunswick line, that may not actually be a lot of increased operating costs. We're already, paying operating costs for the Brunswick line. So it would depend on the project. It would depend on if the Rail Authority did the operations itself as an option in the bill, or if they contracted with MTA as an option in the bill. So it would be project specific, but certainly that's a consideration, is making sure we're not just building and maintaining the things, but able to operate them. So you're right to raise that.
Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Grice, do you have another question?
I do, thank you. And I usually don't go back for a couple bites at the apple here.
I don't know about that.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. So obviously, we all know that motorists are taking a beating now, especially with gas prices. And this will just increase the cost to drive from point A to point B if you have to use these tolls. So my question is, would you be willing to take a possible amendment that would somehow source some revenue from the users of this mass train, the people, the trains, or whatever, the users? I know that we've lowered our threshold or our mandates as far as fare box on the operating side. So can we increase fares and then set aside, whatever this increase is to go toward this fund? So that way the users have some skin in the game.
Obviously, if it's the will of the committee to undertake something like that, I'm happy to discuss. I would say the users of transit do have skin in the game. They do pay fares. We do have some discounts and other things for particular users, but generally users pay fares. Even without fare box recovery, fares are still charged on Baltimore City buses, on the MARC train system, on the Baltimore subway, and the Baltimore Light Rail.
Thank you.
All right. I see no further questions. Thank you very much, Delegate Corman. That concludes the bill hearing. We're now going to move.
Sure, I think there is one witness signed up orally.
Ooh.
I think Brian Ditzler from Sierra Club, I believe, is signed up for this bill, but I could be wrong.
That's correct, he is.
All right, I'm sorry. I don't have that sheet. All right, go ahead. Is it Brian?
Yes.
Yes, I
Yes.
see you, Brian. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Ditzler, and I'm testifying on behalf of Maryland Sierra Club and its more than 70,000 members and supporters in the state. We strongly support 1324 because Maryland needs a dedicated rail authority to ensure that our state has the requisite experts, funding, and focus needed to properly develop, maintain, and manage a 21st century transportation network in which rail transit plays a central role. As you know, rail transit currently is managed by the Maryland Transit Administration, which for many years starved the MARC rail system of funding for needed maintenance and safety assurance. This resulted in MARC mechanical breakdowns happening more frequently than with any other commuter rail system in the country. Creating a Maryland Rail Authority would provide the rail expertise, funding, and focus needed to properly plan and manage a much improved and expanded MARC rail system, as well as the planning, construction, operation, and maintenance of the Southern Maryland Rapid Transit System. There are many reasons to increase the state's focus on rail transit. Rail transit is a very cost-effective way for people to travel because it can carry so many people at one time compared to people driving their cars. Traveling by rail avoids getting caught in traffic congestion on expressways. Rail transit better serves lower-income individuals and many young people today who do not own a car but need reliable transportation to access jobs, housing, medical services, and other needs. Rail transit is also more environmentally friendly than driving, as it avoids the toxic tailpipe pollution from cars and trucks that damages our climate and is hazardous to human health. In conclusion, a Maryland Rail Authority would be poised to take advantage of funding from the federal infrastructure bill, would expand rail and transit projects that the state desperately needs, and would get more cars off the road. Passage of this bill would be good for the public health and the environment and would lead to more prosperous and sustainable growth in our region. We urge a favorable report on this bill.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I apologize for misplacing your name. All right. Thank you very much. We're now going to move to House Bill 1055, which is our own Delegate Smith. And we have joining us today, I'm very pleased to welcome Delegates Ebersol, Delegates Jones, and Delegate Hornberger, who are here from Ways and Means. So Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Delegate Stephanie Smith, here to present House Bill 1055. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. This bill has undergone quite a transformation, so you all should have received an amendment that essentially changes this bill from creating a student carpooling incentive program after discussing with many stakeholders some of the concerns around liability and the intricacies involved in actually starting an incentive program for carpools. We all decided it would be probably in the best interest of the state to strike the bill and replace it with an amendment that would establish a work group on student carpools. As many of you know, in Baltimore City, our students do not have access to the traditional yellow bus system available in most jurisdictions. But across the state, carpooling is not an unusual practice because in many instances, for a variety of reasons, it could be the particular curriculum available or the services needed for a particular student that can require a young person to travel across a jurisdiction in order to receive the support they need to continue to grow in their education program. And we know that many jurisdictions have to knit together a constellation of alternatives to traditional bus and transit pathways for some of these students. And they can even incorporate modalities like a taxi. So this work group would not only reflect upon ways to better equip those who maybe don't have access to a car in their personal household to participate in carpooling to expand their educational opportunities and access, but also look at alternatives altogether where there are emerging sectors that are sitting at the intersection of essentially childcare and rideshare that can provide unique opportunities to safely transport children. So we think that as technology continues to adapt to the ways that we're living our life, and we know that every household in the state does not have access to a car, we do not want a young person's educational opportunities to be essentially set by their transit, either limitations or access. We want every young person to be able to avail themselves of the proper education and not have transportation and transit be a block. And as a representative from Baltimore City, we know that transportation access can be something that prohibits a young person from receiving the education that they deserve. So I do hope that this committee will give careful consideration to House Bill 1055 via the amendment proposed that would establish solely a work group to explore pathways to create incentives for student carpools and other related alternatives to traditional ways of getting to school. And with that, I thank every member of this committee and those who have similar bills for their indulgence, collaboration, and partnership, and figuring out the various ways we can be helpful to households across the state and ensuring that their children can access the education they need. So without further ado, thank you for the opportunity, and please support House Bill 1055. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the sponsor? Delegate Henson.
Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Smith, for bringing the bill. My apologies if I overlooked, but I was wondering if it would be friendly to have Anne Arundel County participate in the bill. I don't know if we have representation on the work group. I do know that our students have experienced what we've seen across the state with the number of challenges with being able to access buses and having to walk sometimes 5 miles or more to be able to get home. We have one high school in my district. And so when the school bus system breaks down there and it's not reliable, we have students walking great distances to get home. So I was wondering if you would consider it friendly to the bill's intention to have representation from Anne Arundel County.
Oh, Delegate Henson, thank you for sharing, just a bit of what you're going through in your jurisdiction. I think all of us are seeing these challenges. So this bill began as a Baltimore City specific bill, but in its current posture with the amendment that I offer, it would be a statewide bill.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That's all I see. Thank you very much. We're now going to move to House Bill 1056. Delegate Lehrman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and hello, Appropriations Committee. It's great to be here presenting HB 1056. This is a bill that continues current practices. It has to do with, as Delegate Smith was just talking about, the challenge that Baltimore City Public School students have in getting to and from school. And so several years ago, we passed legislation in this body and through the General Assembly that would require MTA to provide bus passes for free to Baltimore City Public Schools and their students. So that program has been ongoing, and unfortunately it expired last June. And so we would like to re-up that program for, this bill has it in law for the next 5 years. There is one amendment to the bill that simply replaces the word smart card at the end with transit pass. We would like to be able to work with MTA to ensure that students can access their passes on their phone through their term card on their phone rather than just through their student ID. So it simply continues current practice. It's a very successful and important model for Baltimore City Public Schools and for Baltimore City Public School students to be able to get to and from school without worrying about paying for that, and to participate in extracurricular activities after school as well. So I urge a favorable report on HB 1056. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Delegate Mangione.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the bill sponsor for bringing it. Just for my own knowledge here, so the Baltimore City schools, you guys, I guess, don't have the big yellow buses. Is that, or how does it work?
Yep. So like basically every other major city in America, Baltimore City Public Schools does not offer yellow bus service to the vast majority of its students. So for elementary and middle schools, you're very close to your school, you know, it's within a certain zone. So you're close and you can easily get to school. But for high schools in Baltimore City, we have citywide schools. So you can apply and go to any school around the city. And there's not yellow bus service for that. And so students all rely on public transit or their parents or friends or carpools, hopefully with the help of Delegate Smith's bill to get to and from school.
Yeah,
Okay.
I might interject here if I might, Delegate Mangione. The Baltimore City high schools are, you know, we practice something called choice in education. They get to choose the high school they want to go to.
I like
Of course,
that.
some of them have entrance qualifications, but the bottom line is it's school choice at work in Baltimore City.
Well, I like that. I guess my other question now, and I probably should know this, but so in Baltimore County for our bus service, do we get reimbursed by this? I really probably should know this. I feel bad. Do we get reimbursed by the state for that, or is that the county paying the bill?
So my understanding, and it could be different for Baltimore County, but is that is an expense that Baltimore County Public Schools or the Baltimore County government pays for.
Okay, now I'm just trying. Okay, so then Baltimore County is paying the tab for our bus service. That is all I'm trying to get at. So then Baltimore City would be getting reimbursed by the state then for this particular.
Yes, Baltimore City Public Schools, not
Schools,
Baltimore City itself. Yes, so because we don't pay a charter operator or a bus company. We're not paying a bus company to do this. We are working with a state agency. It is in the state's interest that these kids get to and from school. And it's all coming out of our own pockets, right? We're all taxpayers. And so this is a sensible, it's been going on for a few years now, and we want to continue the practice.
Thanks for answering. Appreciate it.
Delegate Beitzel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the sponsor. Delegate Learman. I have a hard time figuring out how this is fair for all the other jurisdictions in the state. Coming from Garrett County, where we have no bus systems and where we have probably the longest bus runs and the toughest weather in the state for our kids to ride on a bus. How's this fair to all the other jurisdictions when you continue to provide more and more these type of benefits to the city?
So this isn't more and more, as I mentioned before, this is an ongoing, this has been in law for several years already. We passed this 3 or 4 years ago. And so this is continuing current practice at the same, I will say, also, it looks like at the exact same price point as it has been for many years. I think that, like I was trying to explain to Delegate Mangione and perhaps not doing a good enough job at, is that school systems, many of them contract with for-profit companies to pay for their bus services, and that's fine. Here, what happens in our city schools is that we are using a state agency and state-run buses that are operating anyways. All right, we are not using new buses. These buses are traveling on these streets, going by these schools anyways. There's no added expense. These buses are traveling up and down these streets, going by schools. There's nothing extra happening. So all that we're saying is that students should be able to get on and off those buses for free. We're not adding buses to the roads. We're not adding operating costs. We're not adding capital costs. We're simply saying when the student gets on and they're going to and from school, they get to get on for free. And so there's no added expense to MTA because they're already operating these buses.
So you're saying this is an extension. Is there a sunset on some provision where you're operating the way you are in Baltimore, and is there a sunset that takes away whatever it is that you're doing right now? And is this bill extending that sunset, or is it what? I'm a little bit confused about what the bill does.
Yep, so this bill extends for another 5 years current practice of not requesting reimbursement for transit passes for city schools. So right now, so before we passed the bill, several years, many years ago, city schools would pay MTA for transit passes. We passed this law because we said, look, these buses are running anyways. Like they're already going down these streets. They're already going by kids' houses. They're already going by these schools. Why are we charging school students and this school system to use these buses if they're already in operation? And so we passed a law saying you don't need to, Baltimore City Public Schools does not need to reimburse MTA for these transit passes. That's been in place for several years now. It expired, and this bill simply pushes out that expiration another 5 years. So the program is ongoing.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome. Delegate Corman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Delegate, would it surprise you if I told you that Section 205 of the Education article actually does set up a grant program for every county in the state to receive assistance on student transportation?
Excellent. That is great to hear. I did not know about it because we don't use it in the city, but that makes a lot of sense.
Great. So maybe I can work with you to get our colleagues the amounts that each of their jurisdictions get to make sure they're getting their fair share.
That's a great idea. Thank
Great.
you.
So my only follow-up question is, does this bill continue current practice?
Yes, it does.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Grice, are you coming back for another bite at the apple?
Unbelievable. I'm just
Oh
kidding.
no, this is my first bite this apple. What's the difference?
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
No, you might actually like my question, Delegate Lehrman. I'm going to give you some ideas that I probably don't even agree with, but I'll throw it out there anyhow. Does Baltimore City have any plans at all of providing their own transportation for in the near future? I mean,
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a great question. So they do provide transportation for some students. They provide it for students with disabilities. They provide it for homeless students. And of course, we have more homeless students in Baltimore City than I think all the students in Kent County. So we do provide it and we provide it if we're rebuilding a school. And so students are moved to a different school. They provide bus services for that as well. So they do provide it for some students. They just don't provide it for all. And I have to say, like, this is common in America. It's not like this is just Baltimore City.
Well, actually, I'm trying to help you here. Where I'm going with this, if they have no plans of providing transportation for all students, why don't we just eliminate the sunset? If we're going to come back every
that
5
is
years.
fine with me.
I'm just trying to be more efficient. That's all.
Yes, no, that is fine
I
with
want
me.
to second. If you offer that amendment, I'll second it. Or
Yeah,
vice
that's
versa.
fine with me.
Okay?
It will
I'll do that.
save. It will save a bill hearing 5 years from now.
That's right. All right. Anybody else? Thank you. Thank you very much, Delegate Lehrman.
Thank you.
Is Dewana here from the Baltimore Public Schools?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good to
Thank
see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Chang and members of the Appropriation Committee. I am Dewana Merritt-Starrett, the Director of Legislative and Government Affairs for the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. We fully support House Bill 1056, as you can imagine, as described by Delegate Lehrman. I will not repeat what Delegate Lehrman said, but I just want to emphasize that this bill will allow approximately 22,000 students to go back and forth to school to attend school and extracurricular activities. Baltimore City, one of the less wealthy school districts in the state with the highest concentration of poverty, like other urban school districts in the country, relies on mass transit to transport many of its students. This legislation will only codify existing practice, as was stated by Delegate Lehrman, as the MTA has not charged the school district for ridership, even after the original legislation sunset in 2021. Again, thank you for consideration, and on behalf of all the families and the students of Baltimore City, and on behalf of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners, we urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Delegate Grice and I are going to take care of you. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Have a great day. I'm going to turn it over to the Vice Chair for a moment.
That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1056. We'll now move on to House Bill 1019, sponsored by Delegate Young, Transportation, Elderly Handicap Transportation Service County Funding. Welcome, Delegate Young. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Glad to be back in appropriations. Good afternoon to all of you. This bill deals with an issue of stagnant funding for the elderly and handicapped. And the inspiration for me to get involved in this issue was from our County Executive Jan Gardner, who's going to be testifying before you in a while. Several years ago, she mentioned in numerous conversations that despite the fact that we have a very fast growing population of elderly citizens, which is true of the state, I believe it's from an age perspective, the fastest growing portion of our population, we're not keeping up with funding for state specialized transportation assistance program, which in the interest of time, I'm going to refer to as STAP going forward. In fact, in Frederick County, funding has remained flat at about $160,000. But in just the last 5 years alone, the county has had to double its portion of funding to even try to keep up with demand. Similar statistics in the state, despite the need for the service, state funding has been flat for about 20 years. Meanwhile, public transportation providers have experienced growing costs, about 40% just from 2009 to 2018. And you can imagine that it's not just limited to fuel, it's vehicles as well as driver salaries. So what this bill does is it requires the Secretary of Transportation to identify a separate amount of the Department of Transportation's annual budget to be used for county elderly and handicapped transportation service. Beginning in the fiscal year 2025, the Secretary would be required to appropriate an amount at least equal to the previous year's funding, adjusted for inflation. The purpose, of course, is to stabilize this critical fund and provide directly to county local transit agencies in Maryland who are transporting elderly and handicapped people who are not sufficiently close to existing public transportation routes. The counties are then required to provide matching funds above and beyond state allocation, as they're doing now. This service is just such a lifeline for the elderly and the handicapped. It provides door-to-door transportation to a variety of medical appointments, in particular dialysis appointments, other doctor visits, but also to jobs sometime, grocery stores, and other activities that are essential to daily life and the quality of life. We know there's increased demand for all kinds of outpatient treatments. I mentioned dialysis as an example, but that's logical with an aging population. This transportation also not only it increases the quality of life, but it allows our elderly to live with dignity in their communities. This freedom, in turn, has a cost-saving measure. So not only can many people that use these services remain in their homes, live independently as they would like to do, but when compared to Medicaid institutional care, it's been found that community-based services can produce a national average expenditure savings of about $44,000 a year. So I hope you'll join me in supporting this bill and ensure that locally operated transit systems have the funding source that they need to recognize cost inflation, and one that is not reduced in quantity or quality by inevitable demand and costs. I want to close by mentioning that this legislation has been endorsed by the Transit Caucus. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Delegate Young, for presenting the bill. Are there any questions at this time for the bill sponsor? We have 8 witnesses who are signed up for oral testimony favorable. Delegate Beitzel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question to the sponsor. You mentioned in here that the bill is established to have an annual adjustment to the. It adds additional money to the transportation facilities in certain areas of Maryland. But you have numbers in here that said expenditure. There's numbers in the fiscal summary that says their expenditures increased by 99,000 in fiscal 2025, 204,800 in fiscal 26, and 308,500 in fiscal 7. So I assume that would then carry on forward. Where are these inflation numbers coming from? That seems to be, if that's the rate of inflation in the whole transportation trust fund, somebody's going to have to find some money somewhere to make up the difference.
Right. And I don't know what the methodology was. And I could say this across the board for every fiscal note I see, what the methodology was for establishing those. I've got to assume they use some cost of living assumptions, and they projected demand based on population projections for the number of elderly and handicapped individuals. But I think you've got to look at the other side of the balance sheet, which fiscal notes don't do, which is, how does this save us money elsewhere? So if we can get people to medical appointments that can't get there otherwise, you're decreasing their long-term healthcare costs by perhaps avoiding more serious illness. And as I mentioned in part of my testimony, quite possibly you're avoiding institutionalization, which is much more costly than staying and aging in place and utilizing community wraparound services. So unfortunately, we don't have that number to compare it to, other than some research that estimates about $44,000 a year on a national basis in savings. So take that number and multiply it by the aging and handicapped population that would utilize this service.
Well, yeah, if I may, Mr. Chairman, follow up. Yeah, just very briefly. I don't understand how, this only affects certain areas of the state, and how the elderly people and population in the rural areas of the state and areas like I represent, how this is benefiting them, and how this is going to save them any money to get to their transportation, to meet their transportation needs. You have any thoughts on that?
How it's going to save those people money?
Yeah.
Well, either they're not going to get there at all, or they're going to have to take a taxi or an Uber.
There's not a taxi, and in some cases, not even Uber in a lot of rural areas of the state. And that's why anyway,
right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I made my point.
Delegate Kittleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder, I ran the paratransit organization more or less, when I was in government with back in 2004 and 5. And I wondered if you did any study of how that functions and the costs that are involved with actually making that happen before you did this bill.
I did.
You're muted.
Delegate Young, you're muted.
Sorry. I did not, but there could be some other people on the panel that might be aware of that comparison.
Well, then let me ask in advance, because paratransit was the single most difficult function service that we ran. It created issues, some really, really terrible issues with people who were seriously handicapped, disabled, who got left on corners late into the night. And we fixed those, but only with an enormous amount of money. And that was only for people who lived within, I think, a half mile of a stop from a regular bus. We created taxi access, which helped a great deal. And in Howard County, we do something called Neighbor Ride, and it's done by volunteers who give rides to people who need them, and it's worked out very well. Probably doesn't cover everybody, but it is one of those things that you can do without expending a huge amount of taxpayer dollars. So I would like to see if anyone is able to comment on that and to alleviate my concerns about the program.
This time we'll hear a witness testimony. To reminder to all the witnesses, 2-minute time limit. First, we have Rob Hart, Worcester County Commission on Aging.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Rob Hart. I am in support of the bill. I am the Deputy Director of the Worcester Commission on Aging, and I'm speaking out as a person that's been operating both in the Aging Department and also the Specialized Transportation Assistance Program since 1998. I started this, my funding was the same in 1998. My fuel price was 67 cents. As you can see today, the latest bill I received today, the fuel price is $4.19. I don't think it takes a lot to understand that we cannot produce the transportation we need at this time with the same amount of money we had in 1998. The cost is up. The populations of seniors on the Lower Eastern Shore is up. Many of these seniors do not have a support system here as they moved here into the Ocean City area. But I want to come at it as something a little different, as the delegate said earlier, is I am the developmental director now of the Commission on Aging here, and we are assigned to get people to age in place. We actually operate a community for life service that's done very well over the last 4 years, but 90% of those people use our transportation system. Last time I looked in the county, most nursing homes are costing over $100,000 a year. And sometimes it's taxpayers' money paying for that. This is a way to help people age in place and spend less money, taxpayers' money, which then they will put somewhere around $18,000 back into the local communities. And this does affect all counties in the state. I've been fortunate. I worked in public transit for 12 years, and I got my chance to go around and talk about coordination and at the other counties. So I got to understand all the other counties.
Thank you, Mr. Hart.
It's a 2 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have John Dubluski with Transportation Association of Maryland.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I am John Dubluski, and I am the Executive Director with the Transportation Association of Maryland, or TAM. We're a nonprofit organization representing 104 member organizations consisting of our locally operated transit agencies, nonprofit transportation providers, transportation vendors, and other transportation supporters. For many years, we've sought to address this critical issue of non-emergency medical transportation costs as the demand for this service and others have strained transit capacity and hindered our ability to provide mobility to our customers. STAP is the most frequently used funding source for non-emergency medical transportation in Maryland, and it is used in rural Maryland as well as in more urbanized areas. Just to give you a couple numbers, in FY20, state and local funding through STAP provided 315,000 passenger trips, covering nearly 2.3 million service miles, and this was with the final quarter of that year being affected by the onset of COVID-19. I had the privilege recently of riding along on one of our members' buses in Harford County, funded through STAP. A young woman sat across from me, socially distanced, and told me how happy she was to be getting back to work after her vacation at the local Wegmans. She had a physical handicap that made it impossible for her to operate a motor vehicle herself, but the transportation she received allowed her to hold down a full-time job with benefits. The cost for the trip she was on was mostly paid for by Harford County taxpayers, more on that from another witness, with a small percentage covered by state STAP funds. To provide that trip, we had to hire dispatchers, mechanics, accountants, other staff. Wheelchair-capable vehicles had to be purchased and fueled. It is an investment, but there is a great return. Transporting these people to medical appointments, to jobs, is always less expensive than the alternative, which is often them being a complete burden upon the state, or worse, in a nursing home or taken to the hospital in an ambulance. If our state is serious about climate goals, if we're serious about allowing disabled persons to participate in the life of our community, if we're serious about aging in place, it's time to provide a start on the pathway to sustainable funding for this program. In addition to my oral testimony, I've submitted written testimony that shows a snapshot of the STAP program, its funding over the years, how many people have been transported, which shows the flat funding for this service and how many people use it. For these reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 1019.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duplessis, for your testimony. Next, we have Jody Glock with Harford County, Maryland, Harford Transit Link.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Madam Chair. My name is Jody Glock. I'm the Administrative Supervisor for Harford Transit Link. Harford Transit Link provides more than 260,000 people across 527 square miles, paratransit, and fixed route service. We are the 8th largest county in Maryland, and we service the 527 square miles with 39 buses. In 2002, we received $160,105 through STAP, which we matched with $101,000 in local county funding. We were able to provide 18,000 trips at that time. 18 years later, in 2020, we received $170,000 in STAP. That's only a $10,000 increase, and we matched those funds with $581,000 in local county funds, $480,000 increase, and we were able to provide 35,000 one-way trips. Now, 20 years later, we're here again with the same $170,371 under the STAP program, and our match is now higher than ever. Our budget is $1.3 million to run the STAP program, and our minimum required match is only $57,000. We have made a more than $1 million investment in this program. While the state funding continues to remain flat year over year, the demand and cost of providing the trips continues to grow and exceed our resources. As an example, the cost to provide a trip in 2002 was approximately $16. This has increased to almost $66 in 2022. Since 2004, we've continued to request additional resources in our annual transportation plan and demonstrate the growing need of the services without realizing any increase in state funding. The demand for transportation on our elderly and persons with disabilities has increased due to the emphasis placed on aging in place, the recent impact of our long COVID patients, and other human service initiatives. This funding is used to transport our residents living with lung disease, renal failure, cancer, and other chronic and acute illnesses. Our customers.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. Can you summarize?
Yes. Our passengers rely on us to provide these services, and we're looking for the same investment that we have put into this program. This is essential, and we need a favorable support of House Bill 1019.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. Next, we have Dominic Buchko with Maryland Association of Counties.
Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for having me today. Dominic Butchko, Associate Policy Director at the Maryland Association of Counties. MACO supports House Bill 1019. I think that the good delegate who introduced this, as well as all the other witnesses, have summarized very much to the point why we love this bill. So accordingly, MACO urges a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Allison Swint, St. Mary's Transit System.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Allison Swint, and I'm the Deputy Director of Transportation for St. Mary's County Government and the St. Mary's Transit System, STS. Over the last 2 decades, the STAP funding for St. Mary's Transit System has remained stagnant, although the members of the community continue to age and the STAP applicants continue to grow. Prior to COVID, STAP transported 2,450 clients over 4,288 trips annually. These trips included medical appointments, nutrition, adult care, grocery and pharmacy trips, as well as trips to theaters and salons. For some, STAP offers critical assistance if they no longer have family or neighbors that can assist them. In these cases, STAP is vital to their existence. They utilize STAP to take them to medical appointments and grocery stores. These clients have no other assistance, and without STAP, they would have no way of getting to these appointments, their medication, or food. For others, STAP offers a quality of life, the ability to socially interact with others. These individuals go to places such as the county senior centers, in addition to those locations previously mentioned. Over the years, the price per trip continues to increase, much in the way inflation increases. In 2012, the cost per STAP trip was $23.91. Today, that cost per trip is $42.31, nearly double what it was 10 years ago, making this bill so important to so many who use the STAP services. Now that the CDC has released new mask guidance, many more seniors are starting to utilize bus service more, and STS continues to see more applications for STAP service. In February, last month, we received 14 new applications for STAP service, and in only the first week of March, we received 5 STAP applications. The need in this county is present. The demand for these services continues to rise as the county's population continues to age. It is vital STS continue to provide STAP transportation to our elderly population, as well as our disabled population who rely on us for a sense of independence. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Swint. Next, we have Frederick County Executive Jan Gardner.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, and to all the members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this bill today. Like many others who have already spoken, Frederick County is committed to ensuring that the elderly and handicapped individuals in our county are able to access the services that they need. The vast number of people who use paratransit trips in our county are trying to get to a doctor's appointment, and it is essential for their health. It may be life-saving, like dialysis. And so each year we are adding buses, drivers, and significant money. We are now spending over $900,000 a year with against $159,000 state match, many times what we are required to do to match that. And this has doubled in the last 5 years, and we are still turning away 27% of the single trip requests that we have. And we are certainly trying to meet that need. We really need the state to help us make this sustainable. Now, I live in a county that also has taxi access and other options, but paratransit is the trusted service. Our seniors know that they will get somebody who will take care of them, take them to that doctor's appointment, help them get into the building, and then help them get back out on the bus. They know our drivers, they trust them. And I will tell you that we're very committed to these people. When we have a snowstorm in our county, we make sure that everybody who needs dialysis gets to dialysis treatment so that they can be healthy and weather out the storm. So I have included within my testimony greater detail on our budget and ridership demand over the past 5 years. And I really want to thank Delegate Lewis Young and Delegate Henson for sponsoring this bill. And I really respectfully ask you to support this and to give a favorable report. Our seniors depend on us for this service. It is essential for them. They trust us. And so I thank you for your favorable consideration.
Thank you very much, County Executive Gardner, for your testimony. From the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, first we have Ms. Doris Terry. about Janice Washington. It looks like we have a couple other people on the Zoom from the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. If anyone wants to identify themselves and testify.
I do believe that they had signed up to testify on a previous bill, so we can move on.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair or Co-Chair?
Sure.
Hi,
Yes, ma'am.
good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the esteemed Appropriations Committee. My name is Katrina Dixon Patterson, and I'm here today representing Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Psi Epsilon Omega Chapter, which services Laurel, Bowie, and Greenbelt, Maryland. And I'm here to urge this committee to support House Bill 1019 in reference to the LE in Handicap Service County funding. As a supervisory service coordinator for adults with disabilities, former caregiver, and a strong advocate in my community, our county's elderly and persons with disabilities lack transportation services and resources. Elderly people and persons with disabilities should be afforded the same opportunity to live a full life with accessibility to reasonable transportation. For those who cannot access available public transportation, they are provided inadequate resources for safe transport to needed areas such as grocery stores, doctor visits, and even employment. This additional support will further assist these individuals' ability to continue to have an active, independent life and continue to leave with dignity, even with their disability. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated requests a favorable vote on this bill. This bill will demonstrate a belief of the dignity and respect of elderly and persons with a disability. I believe that a certain amount of funding in all subsequent fiscal years should be used for county elderly and persons with disabilities that require transportation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dixon Patterson from Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority for your testimony. Are there any other witnesses from the AKA sorority? Okay, are there any questions from members of the Appropriations Committee? Delegate Kittleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was delighted to hear the testimony that so many counties are able to do this. And it is expensive, but you're right, it is worth it. I wanted to ask if all counties are doing it. And I don't recall whether the bill specified that all counties needed to do it or not, but can you tell me what counties, if all of them are doing it?
Delegate Kilman, do you mean all counties are using the STAP program or all counties are providing paratransit service?
Providing paratransit service.
All counties provide some kind of demand response service.
But not
all of them specifically use the STAP program. It is the most commonly used one.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of the committee for House Bill 1019? That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1019. We'll now move on to House Bill 1022. Delegate Crosby, State Highway Administration Route 5 Reconstruction Project at Great Mills. Vice Chairman Crosby, thank you for being here. Please proceed when you're ready.
Good to see you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. For the record, Brian Crosby here to present House Bill 1022. 5 and Great Mills is the most important intersection in my entire district, and frankly, in all of St. Mary's County. It is the choke point of Pax River Naval Air Station, Webster Field, which is the offshoot, Great Mills High School, and 5 elementary schools. Each day, an average of 19,000 vehicles pass through the intersection. And when it's raining, I've experienced this personally, it takes about almost an hour and a half to go a mile to get through the intersection. State Highway estimates each year commuters spend a total of 23,280 hours in traffic at this intersection alone. And it is the #1 infrastructure project for St. Mary's County. Around 4 p.m. every day, the intersection is locked up. The base ends its workday, Webster Field ends their workday, and everybody is heading home. Parents are picking up their kids from schools, and then they're trying to get from really the south end of the county to the north end of the county where the fields are for sports practices, and everything just choke points right into that one location. And frankly, this has been an issue for more than 2 decades. As many of you know, former chair of your committee, John Bohannon, began the work on this when he was in his first term in the House of Delegates. The problem is only expected to get worse as St. Mary's County's population continues to grow, and traffic is expected to increase 27% by 2040. This is the number one issue for base realignment and closure of the BRAC process for Pax River, even more so than the Thomas Johnson Bridge. And that has a major impact when the federal government is deciding where to relocate certain pins or jobs within that process. The issue was first raised back in 2006, and there's been no movement at all until 2019 when I worked on a plan with State Highway to make the improvements to the intersection. Representatives of the administration assured me that the funding would be there in the 2020 budget for the intersection, but what they did not tell me is that that funding was contingent on a federal grant that they ended up not receiving. 5.1 million was allocated for the 2020 budget planning, but the remaining 25.9 million roughly went unfunded. We were not notified, or additionally, we were not even notified that that grant was denied until February of 2020. State Highway then put in another grant request later that year, which again was denied. So we went through the entire process all over again. And it seems silly to me that the administration believes that the only way to fund an intersection between two state roads is to pay for it with federal funds. It's even more perplexing to me that we just passed, or Congress passed, a $6 billion infrastructure plan or an infrastructure bill where $6 billion benefits the state of Maryland, and not a dime of it was allocated for this project. So I guess in conclusion, State Highway has really been pushing this down the road for almost 2 decades. And in a year where we're sitting on billions of dollars in a surplus, this project is a must for St. Mary's County. Like I said, it's the number one issue in my district. Delegate Corman was gracious enough to come down and check it out. The speaker has been gracious to come down and check it out, and they both understand how important it is. I think that, frankly, my constituents deserve to have this infrastructure project bumped up and prioritized. And for those reasons, I urge the committee for a favorable report. And thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, Vice Chairman Crosby, for presenting the bill. Any questions for the gentleman from St. Mary's County, the chairman of the Transportation Environment Subcommittee, Delegate Corman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Vice Chair Crosby, for presenting the bill. So I just want to make sure, because this committee and my subcommittee are constantly hearing about how you have to follow the process. You have to put on the priority letter for the county a particular project if you want to see that project prioritized. So is this on the county's priority letter?
It is. It's been on there for about 7 years. And when I first came into office, I worked with my county commissioners. Kudos to them. They bumped it up to the number one project. So it is the number one infrastructure project and has been for the last 4 years.
Great. So even though the process has been followed by St. Mary's County and yourself to pursue this, the Department of Transportation has not seen fit to move forward with the project. They've kicked the can to the feds, and you're just trying to get them to take the can back and do the state's responsibility?
Correct.
Great. Thanks for clarifying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegate Grice.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So each year in the fall, MDOT, they do their tour, and I'm sure that you had participated when they visited St. Mary's County. What was the reason, why did they, or at least did they give? Because I'm sure it was part of the discussion. If it is the number one priority, now first, I guess, it is the number one priority for the local governing body, and then two, what was the reason why MDOT hasn't funded, or at least what's the reason that they gave you that they haven't funded it yet?
And they continue to go after what is called a build grant, and then that grant wasn't awarded.
Okay, so is this the number one priority for your local governing body, this intersection?
Yes, correct. Based on the when they do their tour and our priority sheet, it has been number one.
Okay, because it is unusual for usually we do let the process work, and this process was actually created by the General Assembly several years ago, and yeah, so it's this is something. I totally understand what you're saying. I'm just here, advocating on behalf of my constituents. Sure. No, I appreciate that. That's certainly what we all do. So, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Beitzer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate Crosby, I'm looking at all the jurisdictions have projects, and we use the CTP plan across the state to prioritize and to schedule all these things. But I'm looking at the fiscal note here. According to MDOT, the project is currently in the development and evaluation program, and project design is only about 60% complete. So they're working on the design of this project, and apparently it is in their plan to do the project, at least at some point in time. But MDOT advises that it is likely not possible to complete the project in the time frame established in this bill. Could you take a look at that and see if maybe you need to make some adjustment to the request on the time frame of funding this project?
Yeah, so to clarify, I mean, I've worked with State Highway. They do have a finalized plan, and they began the right-of-way process for this. And I think what's interesting is their methodology or approach to it is essentially go to the landowners and then have the landowners make an offer to the state, which the landowners really, or the property owners, have no intention of selling. And so, if we want to get serious about this, frankly, State Highway should be putting in fair market value offers to those property owners.
Delegate McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to give Washington County at the CTP has had widening of Interstate 81 as its priority for many, many years. And the biggest issue is getting the funding from the federal government as well. And so that was just kind of answering maybe some of the questions that Delegate Grice had. Why as a number one priority, it hasn't been funded. And so I think we just got to let the process work through. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
But I would disagree with that in the sense that Interstate 81 is a federal road. This is an intersection between two state roads.
Yeah, but we were talking about the priorities of the counties, and regardless of priority in your county or priority in my county, it is number one when it comes to the CIP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the Vice Chairman on this bill? Joining him today, we have two witnesses. First, we have Andrew Messick. Mr. Messick, if you could please provide testimony, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Andrew Messick. I'm a proud Air Force veteran and I grew up in St. Mary's County. St. Mary's County has grown exponentially and its economy has far outgrown its infrastructure. The intersection of 5 and Great Mills has been an issue for as long as I can remember. 5 leading into Route 246, which is Great Mills Road, headed towards Route 235 and Pax River, is predominantly a 2-lane highway with each lane going one way. The number of cars that this intersection to get from Pax River Naval Air Station to Great Mills is roughly 4,000 cars an hour. On what is basically 2 lanes and 1 turn lane leading from 5 on to 246. The number of cars that must get through this intersection to get to and from Great Mills High School, Leonardtown High School, numerous grade schools, Pax River, and other locations along Great Mills Road alone is reason to finally finish this project. It should not take an hour to get through an intersection. I'll repeat that. It should not take an hour to get through an intersection. This intersection needs to be improved for parents, children, base personnel, teachers, students, soldiers, and all of the residents of St. Mary's County for the safety, well-being, and frankly, sanity of the residents of St. Mary's County who have been waiting decades for relief. And I remember this section myself, and I'm 30, and this is from back when I was 12 years old. And so I urge a favorable report on HB 1022. And Mr. Vice Chair, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Messick, for joining us from St. Mary's County. Next, we have from the Naval Air Station, Patuxent River, Captain John Berbison.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, distinguished members of the Maryland General Assembly, Captain John Brabazon from Maryland's Naval Air Station. Honored to serve as the 42nd NAS Pax River Commanding Officer, serving shoulder to shoulder with the women and men who serve on our 3 fence lines, 15,000 acres in total, serving NAS Pax River, Maine. Webster Outlying Field in St. Mary's County, as well as Solomon's Rec Center in Calvert. Naval Air Station Patuxent River fully supports House Bill 1022, Route 5 reconstruction project at Great Mills Road, project adjacent to NES Pax River. We employ enough personnel to fill a Navy Marine Corps Memorial Football Stadium who commute daily through this choke point. NES Pax River, the nation's premier research, development, test, and acquisition base for all United States Navy and Marine Corps aircraft. If there's an aircraft in the fleet, there's a copy of it that started right here at PAX. Maryland 5 Great Mills Infrastructure Project will dramatically increase the flow of vehicle traffic through this transportation corridor. Maryland 5 is part of Maryland's Tech Corridor, only state road leading directly to Webster Outlying Field, the home of the Navy's new and first unmanned aviation test squadron UX-24. For as long as we can remember, NES Pax River has been working to alleviate this significant traffic congestion, a top encroachment issue for the base. It also complements planned efforts to reconstruct Gate 2, located at the end of Great Mills Road from Maryland 5 project, to further alleviate traffic congestion we see relentlessly at Great Mills and Maryland 235 intersection. Thank you for the opportunity to advocate on behalf of the PAX pros and our military families today. Advocacy reflects the strong partnership among MDOT, State Highway, St. Mary's, and Calvert, federal, state, and local partners to maximize safety, economic opportunity, and quality of life for tens of thousands of military and civilian personnel who live and work at Maryland's Naval Air Station. Honored to serve in the great state of Maryland with you all. Thank you, Delegate Crosby. We'll hand it back over.
Thank you very much, Captain Bryson, for being here and all your leadership over at the Naval Air Station Patuxent River. Are there any more questions for Vice Chairman Crosby regarding this bill? Thank you very much, Vice Chairman Crosby, for your leadership and your steadfast leadership with regards to Maryland 5. We look forward to working with you. That ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1022. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1225. Delegate Johnson, Education, Harford County Public Library, collective bargaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I think this is my first bill in front of appropriations, so I'm glad to be here. For the record, I'm Delegate Steve Johnson, and I'm happy to be here today to present House Bill 1225, Education, Harford County Public Libraries, Collective Bargaining. I'd like to present an amendment that was submitted yesterday. Hopefully you have that in your packet. It's 763-626-1, which would strike Harford County Public Library and substitute Public Library Systems. The amendment effectively makes this a statewide bill for all public library employees. I'd like to first say that this is not a union bill. I repeat, this is not a union bill. This is a constitutional rights bill. This bill does not encourage or discourage anyone from joining a union. This bill only creates a legal pathway for them to do so if they so choose. At this time, they have the constitutional right to join a union. Technically, there is no law preventing them from forming a union. That right is granted and protected by the Constitution. However, there is no law that defines the process and enables them to pursue that right. That's what House Bill 1225 does. To be clear, House Bill 1225 does not unionize public library employees. It defines the process employees must follow to organize, file for an election, and conduct the election, should the employees choose to do so in the future. Legislation is required to define eligibility and designate the process for employees to follow. In the state of Maryland, the library system was formed through state statute as an entity outside state or county government. While they may be public sector employees, the county and state labor laws do not apply to library workers because they are neither county or state employees. Additionally, the National Labor Relations Act, NLRA, applies to private sector employees. Since public libraries are funded through tax dollars, employees cannot organize under the NLRA. Legislative action was required for other unionized systems in Maryland. And without such legislative action, public libraries cannot enter into a binding collective bargaining agreement with their employees. Montgomery County voted to change their county charter to get this done. An opinion from the AG's office stated this probably was not the best way to do it, as it would be open to legal challenges. Prince George's County, Howard County, and Baltimore County worked with state legislators to pass laws that created the pathway for them to unionize. This will be the 5th county that has wanted to pursue their constitutional rights with no pathway in place to do that. Instead of coming back to the General Assembly and piecemealing every county in Maryland, I thought it would be prudent to make this a statewide bill so that every county has a process in place for library workers to exercise their constitutional rights. With that, I would like to request a favorable report on House Bill 1225. And Mr. Chairman, if I could concede the rest of my time to Bridget Fitzgerald, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Johnson, for presenting the bill. We'll hear from Bridget Fitzgerald, International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McIntosh, Vice Chair Chang, and distinguished members of this committee. My name is Bridget Fitzgerald. I am a union organizer, and I've worked with library staff for more than 3 years. I thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about HB 1225 and the benefit it will have for library workers across our great state of Maryland. It was about this time last year that I came before you asking for support on a similar bill specific to library workers in a single county. I'm happy to report, due to your favorable action then, those workers are in the process of negotiating their first contract. Some observers not familiar with this subject may now be wondering if last year's process was successful. Why am I back here again? Well, in Maryland, each county library system exists as a creature, excuse me, a creature of state statute. The state law governing library structure and operations provides for a board of trustees or county governments to operate library systems, but it does not automatically grant these entities the authority to enter in binding collective bargaining agreements unless enabling legislation is passed. This has been confirmed by the Attorney General of Maryland, and we watched Baltimore County navigate that process last year. So while last year's bill was good for Baltimore County library workers, there are still so many that are denied collective bargaining rights until they too engage in this lengthy legislative process. That seems inefficient, and adds an undue burden to Maryland public employees and, quite frankly, your very busy workloads. HB 1225 grants the necessary authority to each board of trustees to enter into a collective bargaining agreement after the public library employees have gone through the unionizing process and successfully voted for union representation. Following last year's sessions, I received calls from library workers across multiple counties in Maryland. Some were hoping that they were somehow included under Baltimore's legislation, and others expressed concern that if they had to come before you and testify in the same way, that their management might retaliate against them. I also heard from 3 different Howard County employees who, once they learned.
Gerald, if you could please summarize.
So really what I'm saying is that there's nothing about HB 1225 that requires library systems to unionize.
Not.
Repeatedly people say there's no law preventing workers from unionizing, but there's no law giving them that right. And that's like having a destination without a GPS to get you there. So HB 1225 is the GPS for unorganized Maryland workers to unionize. So please give them the right to exercise their constitutional rights and vote in favor of 1225.
At this time, we have a question from a member of the Appropriations Committee, Delegate Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mine is more of a statement, really. I just want to thank Delegate Johnson for bringing this bill to us. I've talked to so many of the librarians, and I just want to share with him that they have asked for raises. They helped us out so much during the pandemic, coming out with hotspots, laptops, parking lot, whatever. And I am just so happy, and I hope that we will see this bill through.
Thank you very much, Delegate Proctor. We'll next hear from Megan Baker. Megan Baker. How about Michael? How about Morgan Michael? Megan Baker. Hi,
Hi,
Ms. Baker.
sorry.
That's okay.
Hi, hello.
2 minutes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairwoman McIntosh and esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all here today in support of HB 1225. My name is Megan Baker, and I am a Harford County public employee who has been with the system for 17 years. As a long-term staff member, I love the library and have always been very proud of what I do. But in recent years, I've observed a severe decline in HCPL's working conditions, overall job satisfaction, and employee morale, specifically for non-management employees like myself. What used to be an innovative work environment that operated on a lead from any position approach has eroded due to library leadership's lack of respect, poor communication, failure to properly address staff concerns, and an overall feeling of distrust. These issues have been brought to the attention of the Library Board of Trustees, only to be met with little to no action. If you don't like it here, then leave. That's been the response from HCPL administrators. And that's exactly what's been happening. So many talented and dedicated staff members have opted to continue their library careers elsewhere. It's my understanding that the right to unionize one's workplace is a fundamental right, which should not be affected by party politics. That being said, passing HB 1225 does not automatically give HCPL a union. It simply defines the necessary steps for my coworkers and I to exercise our constitutionally protected right to unionize should internal efforts to resolve the current situation continue to fail. And that's what's brought me here today seeking your assistance. Many of us followed Baltimore County Public Library staff's efforts to pass their legislation in 2021, and that truly became a glimmer of hope that maybe leaving wasn't the only solution. Non-management staff make up the majority of HCPL's workforce, and we simply want the opportunity to use our collective voice to improve our workplace. Having invested so many years of my life,
Ms. Baker, if you could please summarize. Thank you.
Having invested so many years of my life at HCPL, I am asking you all to support library workers by offering a favorable report on HB 1225.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Baker. Next, we'll have Morgan Michael.
Hi. Thank you, Chairperson McIntosh, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Morgan Michael, and I have worked as a library associate in Harford County Public Library for nearly 15 years. I am proud of my work and the communities I serve. However, HCPL is not the stellar organization it used to be. Among the issues leading to our system's decline are a high number of position vacancies, a decrease in program offerings for people of all ages, management actions and policies that often come with very little communication and often a lot of disrespect towards staff members, and a board of trustees that is ultimately inaccessible to employees thanks to a restrictive and invasive meeting registration process. All of these items are cited and explained in greater detail in my written testimony. Right now, we are a broken system, and we fear that the trust between staff and management is far too damaged to correct with mediation alone. We understand that the passing of this bill does not make us a union, but it gives us and other Maryland libraries who may find themselves in a similar situation a path to create one if we feel it is necessary. I call on you to assist us in gaining that right by voting yes to HB 1225. Please help protect library employees and the citizens that use them. The most valuable resource a public library has to offer is not the physical materials, but it is the staff and the people that work in those buildings. I thank you very much for your time and consideration of this bill.
Thank you very much, Ms. Michael. Are there any questions for members of Appropriations Committee for the witness or the bill sponsor? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1225. The committee will now move on to House Bill 613. Delegate Griffith, Public Schools Appropriations for School Safety Expenditures Increase. Doug Griffith, thank you very much for being here. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you to my friends in the Appropriations Committee for indulging me today. For the record, my name is Delegate Mike Griffith, and I'm requesting a favorable report on HB 613 Public Schools Appropriations for School Safety Expenditures Increase. And again, thank you to Chair McIntosh and Vice Chair Chang and the members of the committee. Just 3 years ago, the Maryland General Assembly unanimously voted to fund school resource officer programs statewide. In addition to protecting our schools, school resource officers are the key to building impactful and meaningful relationships in the community between children and law enforcement. With this in mind, HB 613 is an opportunity to increase our support of school resource officers so we can create safer schools and more positive interactions with law enforcement statewide. One criticism I hear about school resource officers is they do not produce positive interactions with special needs students. As a parent of a special needs student who is nonverbal in Maryland Public Schools, I completely disagree with the assertion. I'm much more comfortable with the idea of a school resource officer knowing what's unique about my child, and knowing that he is autistic if he does have some kind of manifestation of his behavior, versus a law enforcement officer coming from the outside, called into the school, not knowing the special circumstances of my child, and potentially accidentally acting inappropriately. So school resource officers, I find, are a huge asset to the special needs community. So I take comfort knowing that my child's school provides an extra level of protection in the school in case an incident would happen. Additionally, even President Joe Biden in the State of the Union address emphasized the answer is, and I quote, is not to defund the police. It is to fund the police, fund them. And this is an opportunity to do just that. Additionally, school resource officers are needed now more than ever as we're seeing an increase in school violence across the state related to lockdowns, a lot of the emotional issues that happen during the lockdowns and kids trying to reintegrate socially back into a social setting in school. I've also heard concerns regarding arrests for disruptions. In fact, right now, only 8% of all arrests statewide are for disruptions, and the Maryland General Assembly in both houses are moving forward legislation to address this as a guardrail. So that should no longer be a concern moving forward. And one last thing, you hear about concerns about the arrest data. If you look at the state report on in-school arrests, the number of arrests statewide has been flat since this bill was passed, and is actually down since the year before this appropriation was originally passed in 2018. So as far as the data goes, it's trending down, but flat over the last 2 years of full year reporting. So, you know, I feel as far as the arrest data goes, if it was good in 2018, it certainly stands up today. And again, this was bipartisan legislation that I think definitely stands the test of time. Additionally, we've received a friendly amendment from the Maryland Chiefs and Sheriffs, Maryland Chiefs of Police Association and the Maryland Sheriff's Association, and they've requested a greater flexibility in how the funds may be used. So if the committee decides to take up this bill, I certainly support this as a friendly amendment. So for this reason, so many others, HB 613 is increases the funding parameters overwhelmingly supported and unanimously supported in the Maryland General Assembly just several years ago, and is the best interest of Maryland communities to keep school resource officers in schools so they can continue to help build relationships with law enforcement and provide the best and safest future for our students. Thank you, and I humbly request a favorable report on HB 613.
Thank you very much, Delegate Griffith, for presenting the bill. Are there any questions from the bill sponsor, Delegate Mangione?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate this bill to the sponsor, and it's not very often I speak in support of bills with a big mandated appropriation like this, but in Baltimore County, even our executive we're very supportive of our school resource officers, I should say, and we need a safe environment or else our investment in education is kind of worthless. So we've had this debate, I think last year maybe was on the floor, and we've heard a lot of times this being addressed as the school to prison pipeline. I disagree with that, but how do you answer this? Because I know in the opposition, that's one of the points that they bring up. So how would you answer this?
Well, certainly it's a question I'd like to answer, but I'd be grateful. I know we have a couple more people speaking on my panel, Clyde Boatwright and a few other folks. They're the experts at this. I would certainly defer to them after they testify, if that's okay, Delegate,
Sure.
to let them give their firsthand perspective, please.
Yep.
Thank you to the bill sponsor. Thank you, Delegate Mangione. This afternoon, we have 16 witnesses who are providing testimony. To all the witnesses, if you could leave your testimony for 2 minutes. First, we have Lieutenant Vito Menzel with the Harford County Sheriff's Association. Lieutenant, thank you for being here. Please proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman and distinguished members of the committee and fellow witnesses. My name is Vito Menzel. I'm a lieutenant with the Harford County Sheriff's Office, and I'm the assistant commander for our school policing unit. I'm here today to lend our support to House Bill 613 and encourage your favorable support. The Harford County Sheriff's Office School Policing Unit began nearly 25 years ago. In 1998, we started with 5 deputies and a supervisor who provided limited coverage at several public middle and high schools. In the years since, our program has grown to include 21 deputies and supervisors who provide full-time coverage to all public middle and high schools, as well as part-time coverage to all public elementary schools within the Sheriff's Office jurisdiction. The presence of a school resource officer or SRO can act as a proactive deterrent to crime and violence within our schools. SROs are an immediate line of defense for threats to school safety, not only as first responders, but also by assessing through investigation whether a threat is credible, unfounded, and taking action to mitigate any potential risk. SROs serve as law enforcement officers, public safety educators, and informal counselors and mentors, all of which enhances trust between law enforcement and the community. Some recent highlights from our program are just within the past month, we had an SRO that while wearing 50 pounds of duty gear, sprinted 100 yards and jumped to a freezing cold retention pond to rescue a nonverbal student on the autism spectrum who had eloped from the school. Another SRO participated in life-saving measures to resuscitate a 60-year-old substitute teacher who was in severe medical distress. We had an SRO who acquired a winter coat from the Sheriff's Office Christmas drive for a student that she noticed did not have appropriate clothing for the colder weather. We had SROs who participated in a birthday party for a student with intellectual and developmental disabilities that organized a special birthday greeting and supplied gifts from their own money. We have an SRO who purchases bicycles out of his own pocket to give away to students for good citizenship. These are some of the things I would highlight as an example to counteract that message of the school to prison pipeline. Currently, we utilize grant funding from the Maryland Center for School Safety.
Lieutenant, thank you. If you could please summarize.
Certainly. Currently, we utilize grant funding to fund our 3 deputies in the elementary schools. Increased funding would allow us to lessen their coverage from 9 schools each and 27 schools in total, enhancing relationships there. It would also allow us to provide additional support to schools with higher populations to see a higher volume of calls for service. This would allow overall for a more robust safety response, even more meaningful connections, and positive relationship building between law enforcement, students, staff, and the community, which we know is now needed now more than ever. We therefore respectfully request a favorable report to House Bill 613, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant, for being here and providing those testimonies. We next will hear from Lawrence Smith with the Maryland Association of School Resource Officers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the committee for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Lawrence Smith. I'm the president of MASRO, the Maryland Association of School Resource Officers. Our organization represents police officers, probation officers, school administrators, counselors, parents, and teachers, and everyone is all about keeping schools safe. I'm here today because we're in favor of House Bill 613. A little bit about myself. I was a school resource officer for 15 years at Dunbar High School, my alma mater, here in Baltimore. During this time, I also became the head football coach at Dunbar, a role I currently still hold. The reason I'm totally in favor of House Bill 613 is that the extra funding can be used for continuing education of police officers to assist with the tools that are needed for police officers to effectively work in schools. I'm not talking about physical tools. I'm talking about teaching our officers to have the mindset to work with our students across the state. Being a school resource officer is about being in a specialized unit. A police officer can be a cop for 20 years, but when you get assigned to a school, you need unique training in order to be highly effective in a school. Also, it can help with recruitment of SROs. When I say recruitment, I'm talking about when you're talking about an officer coming out the police academy. No police academy in the nation teaches police officers the training needed for a police officer to be able to work in the school community. This extra funding will help our school systems and police departments continue to help with the SROs and providing a safe environment and building positive relationships with the students across the state of Maryland. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for being here. Next, we'll hear testimony from Clyde Boatwright with the Maryland Fraternal Order of Police.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair McIntosh, Mr. Vice Chair Chang. My name is Clyde Boatwright, and I'm the president of Maryland State Fraternal Order of Police, comprised of almost 21,000 members statewide. I have the unique pleasure of also serving as the local president for the union that represents Baltimore City School Police Force. I've been in Maryland law enforcement for the past 22 years, with the last 19 serving Baltimore City schools. I want to thank each of you for the passage of the 2018 Maryland Safe to Learn Act. The additional resources from that bill have helped police departments statewide provide safe and secure environments for teaching and learning. For many years, there was no greater joy as a law enforcement officer than to serve as the coach, mentor, and protector for our young people while serving at my alma mater at Carver High School in West Baltimore. Sadly, during my career, I have been present 3 times where those protections were not enough. Some people will tell you horror stories about SROs, but in Baltimore, we get it right. The numbers don't lie. We have over 80,000 students. And for the last 5 years, we've averaged fewer than 50 arrests per year. We've had 0 complaints, not one single complaint of excessive force in almost 5 years. We understand the need for the SRO program. In law enforcement, there's no secret that we have serious issues with recruitment, retention, and retirement. House Bill 613 gives police departments the tools needed to assist with accomplishing these tasks. For these reasons and more, we ask for a favorable report for House Bill 613, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boatwright. We have a question from Delegate Grice.
Well, this is a question for anyone who wants to answer it. We've heard several bills already today, and I know and this is a separate issue with collective bargaining. Everybody said, well, this is enabling it. People don't have to do it. Is there anything in this bill, obviously, that, it's a big funding bill, and it's very supportive of school security. But is there anything in this bill that forces or mandates any of the school systems or any of these schools to actually hire a school resource officer?
I can speak to that. No, it does not. All it does is create additional money, just like the bill did in 2018, to allow the schools and school systems who wish to opt in to have more resources to facilitate their programs.
And so my follow-up question is for the folks that do this for a living, is that, in your opinion, having a school resource officer present in each of the school buildings, do you think that it's more of a preventative measure than anything else? Obviously somebody isn't going to rob a bank knowing that there's a police officer standing in front of it. Is it a deterrent not only for the students inside the building that might do harm on other students, but is it, in your opinion, does it prevent a lot of, even minor issues from happening in the school place?
I would like to answer that question. Most of our schools are at least in my jurisdiction, they're walk-up schools, they're neighborhood schools. So some of the issues that bleed over from the community comes to the school in the afternoon or during the intake process. So having a uniformed police officer there during the day, having a uniformed police officers there during dismissal does serve as a deterrent. Our teachers are focusing on teaching the ABCs, but in policing, we are also focused on ABCs, and that's the authority, setting boundaries, and presenting consequences for those that choose to come to schools and try to inflict harm on our young people. So it is definitely our position that a uniformed police officer serves as a great deterrent to stop from bad behavior.
Lieutenant Menzel, did you have your hand up? Did you want to respond to it?
Yes, sir. I was just going to add from my experience here, it definitely is a preventative measure. The impact of that marked vehicle parked in front of a school, the presence of a uniformed officer. And on the flip side, what we find is when the regular SRO isn't there, you all know as lawmakers, all of us know in our professions that everything turns on relationships, right? So what we find is when the regular SRO is not in that school, what happens? A lot of times the students will wait until that regular SRO that they know and trust and have developed that relationship with is back to report crimes, to report incidents, to report things of concern, to come to them for counseling. They'll wait until that SRO is returned from training or leave or whatever might have taken them away momentarily from that school. So not only are they a deterrent, but they're also there as a resource, and the kids recognize that.
Mr. Smith for a response.
Yes, Lieutenant hit it right on the head when we're talking about relationships and knowing what's going on. In my 15 years of being a school-based resource officer, when you're building those relationships with kids, they love it. I mean, when they talk to you about things that is needed, when they talk to you about what's going on, if stuff's happening in the school, they understand what's going on from that point, and they build that trust with you. And what's happening is when you're talking about an officer that's not school-based and coming off the street, they don't understand what those kids go through, and they're not in the lives of those young folks. And that's the difference of being a school-based officer and then an officer coming in when you really don't know those students.
Delegate Mangione.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to ask my previous question to any of the gentlemen that spoke and who are serving law enforcement about how they would answer opposition's questions about, or not questions, statements that this leads to a school to prison pipeline. Either one or whoever would like to address that.
I think I would like to take that first.
Thank
you, Delegate, for the question. One thing that when you say school to prison pipeline, that's one thing that I always get into it about. My wife's a principal. She's a superintendent now in DC, and me and her go back and forth about it. And I always go back because when I first always heard the school to prison pipeline, when that statement came about, it was always about students being suspended and being put into the juvenile justice system. And what folk did was they took it and turned it into law enforcement over the years, and it was always about school suspension. And I can tell you from my experience, in all of my years of being a school resource officer, I probably only arrested 5 kids, and those kids, it had to be arrestable offenses. It was drugs or a weapon or something like that. When you start dealing with officers that understand what's going on, they deter away from putting a kid in the juvenile justice system. That's what I was saying about education. It's like if you take an officer that's he's active military, and he's on the street, and he gets deployed to Iraq or Afghanistan, he comes back home. You now have to deprogram that officer to be back working in civilization. So when you take an officer off the street and he's now a school-based officer, that officer needs the training to also deal with students in the school. You cannot police in a school building the way you police on the street. And that's why training has to constantly be made. That's why I said it's a specialized unit. It's like getting in SWAT and any type of specialized unit. When you're in a school, you have to know how to deal with children because that school community is different. And I hope I answered your question, but it takes that officer that want to keep kids out that school to prison pipeline.
Thank you, officer. Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. This afternoon, we have joining us several members of the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. The first gentlelady we have is Angelique Phillips, who's joining us. If you could each of you limit your testimony to 2 minutes. We very much appreciate it. And thank you very much for being part of our democracy today.
Sure. Thank you very much for your time. As stated, I am Angelique Lewis Phillips. I remained on the line and I'm learning so much information about the government. So I appreciate being here, but I am representing Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Psi Epsilon Omega chapter. I'm here to urge this committee to support HB 613, public schools appropriations for school safety expenditures and increase. So Maryland is a top state in the country for education. In order to remain a top state, all staff and students in our schools must feel safe every day. As a parent of 2 high school students currently enrolled in Prince George's County Public Schools, my number one concern when they leave this house is their safety. Last week, parents received a notice of a confiscated gun and a knife from the school premises. Last month, students from another school attempted to breach the school perimeter looking to fight or jump a particular student at my daughter's school. I'm thankful the resource officers and law enforcement were present to manage and or de-escalate that situation, or both of those situations. But the school district should not have to decide on utilizing their budget for school safety versus necessary educational activities. Currently, school resource officers are in a number of public schools with the focus in high schools. When there's not a dedicated school resource officer, local school jurisdictions must use their local law enforcement to support school safety. The current amount per fiscal year is 10 million. And this amount will continue through 2023. For local districts, this is very necessary. That can be extremely costly to the local districts. This bill will support local school districts with the funding necessary to pay for school resource officers so families and students can be safe at school. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated supports legislation that will keep our schools safe. Education is extremely important to the advancement of the state, and in order to learn, students must feel safe and protected. We urge you to vote favorable for House Bill HB 613. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Phillips. Next, we have from Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Ms. Erica Farid.
Hi, I do not have anything further to add than what my sorority sister had, so I yield my time.
Great, thank you. We thank you for being here. Next, we have testimony from Wanda Parham Payne.
Hi, how are you? Hi, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair. I was trying to get through 2 minutes, sorry. My name is Dr. Wanda Parham Payne, and I'm here today representing Alpha Kappa Alpha, Alpha Alpha Sigma Omega chapter in Prince George's County. In addition to being a sociology professor, I am also the mother of a middle school student who attends a language immersion and World IB school in Prince George's County. I'm very proud of him. He is fluent in 2 languages and is currently learning a 3rd. He has been at his school since kindergarten. And aside from a couple of incidents within close proximity to his school, I have seldom had to worry about his safety within the school. And I attribute this to the school resource officer who knows most, if not all, of the children by name. He takes a congenial yet firm approach with the students, and they respect him. My husband and I have begun to have conversations about where our son will attend high school. He will soon have to leave the bubble of his immersion school. His safety is one of our primary concerns. This should not be the case. As parents, we should be focused on other aspects of our son's education, yet we have to consider his safety. I should note that to some degree, I am speaking from experience. During my 9th and 10th grade years, I attended Woodrow Wilson Senior High School in Washington, D.C. During the late 80s, I am dating myself, I acknowledge that. One day while leaving school at the end of the school day, we were exiting when we noticed that people began to scream and run in different directions. I looked up and saw that someone was coming back into the school holding his jaw and he was bleeding. I did not see much else because the person with whom I was walking threw me against a corner and threw his body on top of me so that I would not see anything else that was happening, so that I would not be further traumatized or injured. As a mother, I want to prevent my son and other students from being injured or having to carry around a similar memory. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated supports legislation that will keep our schools safe. Education is extremely important to the advancement of the state, and in order to learn, students must feel safe and protected. We urge you to vote favorable on Bill HB 613. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Parham Payne, for being here. Do we have Miss Maureen Williams-James here? Miss Maureen Williams-James. How about Miss Alicia Black? How about Miss Latanya Southern?
I'm here.
Miss Latanya Southern, thank you so much for being here. Please provide your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair McIntosh, Mr. Vice Chair Chang, members of the committee, and fellow witnesses. My name is Latanya Southern, and I'm a proud principal in the great state of Maryland. I'm here today representing Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Psi Epsilon Omega Chapter in Bowie, Laurel, and Greenbelt, Maryland. I'm here to urge this committee to support House Bill 613, Public Schools Appropriations for Safety Expenditures Increase. 1 week ago today, I had to do something that no principal ever wants to do. I put my school, which does not have an SRO, on lockdown due to dangerous activity in the community. For approximately 60 excruciating minutes, my kindergarten through 8th grade scholars, with the leadership of my amazing staff, crouched and hid under desks, in cubbies, and behind locked doors, waiting for news that our school was safe. Since that day, I have had to spend hours reassuring traumatized children, nervous staff members, worried parents, and concerned community members that the souls in our school were and continue to be safe. No parent wants that for their child. No employee wants to work in that environment, and no child should ever have to live through that. The phrase Maslow before Bloom's emphasizes the need for children to be and feel safe before educators can effectively teach content that is critical to the success of their futures. And while having a school resource officer assigned to each school building wouldn't solve all the ills of the world, it would give the school community a sense that a priority is being placed on giving an additional layer of protection to the valuable humans within the four walls of the building. This bill would do just that. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority supports legislation that will keep my school safe. Education is extremely important to the advancement of the state, and in order for my students to learn effectively, students must feel safe and protected mentally, physically, and emotionally. We urge you to vote favorable on HB 613. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Principal Southern, for being here. Are there any other members of the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority here who would like to testify? Thank you very much on behalf of the House Appropriations Committee to all the sorority members who are here, and thank you so much for what you all do across our state to make it a better place. We'll move on to next witness, Qayyum Muhammad with the Youth Resources.
Hello. Good afternoon, Delegate Griffith and the House of Delegates Appropriations Committee. My name is Qayyum Muhammad, and I am testifying on behalf of Youth as Resources. Youth as Resources is a youth-led grant-making, community organizing, leadership development nonprofit organization. We've been organizing around school police accountability since 2014. We are strongly opposed to House Bill 613. We are youth and we talk to youth. To date, we have held school police focus groups with over 2,500 youth to build our base, get input and educate our peers on their rights, and propose and change policies. Although over the years we have received feedback on positive experiences with school police officers in Baltimore City, too many students still report that they believe school police use force not appropriate to the situation and/or involvement does more to increase conflict than to diffuse. We are appreciative of the school police officers who care about us, build relationships with us, and do not treat us like suspects on the street. However, there are still a significant amount of school police officers who want to arrest us, violate our rights, and bully us. In a recent survey given to Baltimore City students with permanent school police, about 60% felt that police should be removed from the schools and another 20% were not sure. Even amongst those who felt that school police should be in schools, most wanted changes such as having school police not wear uniforms and not get involved in fights and conflict. The Baltimore City public school system spends about 3 times more on school police compared to mental health, healing, and restorative programs and resources. This does not make sense because Baltimore City students want increased mental health resources and do not want to be over-policed. For more details on our involvement and our work to disrupt the school to prison pipeline, please review our written testimony. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad, for being here. Next, we'll hear testimony from Daryl Frazier. Daryl Frazier? How about Erica Shavara with Anti-Racist Education Alliance?
Yes, hi.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good, thank you. If you could please provide your testimony.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Erica Chavarria, a veteran teacher of 13 years, and I'm speaking today as an individual in opposition of House Bill 613. I would like to begin by saying that it is a privilege and a luxury for many white parents to say that they feel safer with police for their children. That is not the case for many Black and brown parents and students, particularly the ones that I teach at my school. Contrary to previous testimony, there is zero data that shows police in schools deter or prevent school shootings or keep schools safe. It is also terrifying that the previous witnesses justified the need for SROs by saying that police off the streets don't know how to interact with young people. Now more than ever, we need to remove police from schools and reallocate funding to supports that actually create safe schools. The last thing we should be doing is increasing the budget for school police. As an educator of 13 years, I have never seen the level of need that exists right now for our students. After 2 years of not being in person, our students are dealing with extreme trauma, intense emotions, no time to truly heal or focus on mental health, the lack of guidance on how to identify and express their feelings, and so much more. Now more than ever, our students need access to resources. They need restorative justice implementation. They need staff who can guide them in processing their emotions and handling conflict. I know the importance of focusing our resources towards healing and trauma. We need more trained mental health workers who have studied for years and have committed themselves to careers in counseling and supporting our young people. Having trained mental health workers actually creates safe schools, not police. What our young people do not need is to be criminalized or arrested for poor choices, age-appropriate behaviors, or mistakes that they made. They do not need an extra layer of trauma with police presence in their schools. We continue to see horrifying videos of SROs harming students, including at Howard High School in Howard County, where I teach. These types of interactions have damaging lifetime physical, emotional, and mental effects on our young people. This is not about individual officers. I have a positive relationship with the SRO in my school. It's about the system. The primary job of an SRO in school is to enforce the law, period. Even if an SRO has formed positive relationships with students, at the end of the day, a cop is a cop. And they must and will enforce the law, even with the student who they have built a relationship with.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Can I wrap up, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Parents who want their children to have police officers as mentors and do all the things that Lieutenant Menzel mentioned can certainly find those types of programs in the community and not in our schools. I encourage this committee to listen to and honor the voices of most impacted by harmful policies and do right by them. You have the opportunity to show through action that you value the voices and lives of Black and brown students whose lived experiences with police is that of harm and not of safety. I urge a no vote for HB 613.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shavara, for being here. Next, we'll hear testimony from Fredson Desravines with Public Justice Center.
Good afternoon. My name is Fredson Desravines with the Public Justice Center. The PJC represents students across the state facing suspension, expulsion, and school-based arrest. We are testifying in opposition of House Bill 613. House Bill 613 proposes to double mandatory state funding for school police, a proposal that will widen inequities in education and make schools less safe, not more. In Maryland, school police routinely arrest students for low-level childhood misbehavior, like shoving matches in schoolyard fights, disruption, even trespassing. Together, these types of offenses make up 70% of school-based arrests in the state, according to data from the State Department of Education. Black students, despite being a third of the student population, account for 56% of student arrests, and research has found no differences in student behaviors across race. Students with IEPs receive 23% of school arrests, even though they are 12% of the student population. School police presence funnels these kids out of school and into the juvenile system, making it less likely that they will graduate and that they will be in the criminal system as adults. And it does so without achieving any safety benefit. Decades of research overwhelmingly show that the presence of SROs does not prevent school shootings, and if anything, it increases casualties resulting from such shootings. SROs also do not decrease the number of behavioral incidents in schools either. To truly make schools safer, Maryland should not invest in SROs, but instead in effective alternative discipline strategies. For example, social emotional learning, a practice that teaches kids how to resolve conflicts peacefully and to be self-aware, has been shown to have positive immediate and long-term impacts on student behavior, including specifically reducing violent conduct. Restorative approaches focuses on building positive relationships between students and staff to prevent conflict. Studies, including a recent study in Baltimore City, have found that when implemented faithfully, restorative approaches help students behave better and not harm each other. SROs do not produce these outcomes, and a change is greatly needed. We urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Kyson Taylor, MoCo Against Brutality.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kyson Taylor. I'm a senior at Richard Montgomery High School, and today I represent the student organization MoCo Against Brutality. I'm here to express our strong opposition to House Bill 613, increasing funding for school police. During this pandemic, students' mental health has worsened tenfold. Problems with our discipline system have been highlighted with increases in suspensions and expulsions. Families have been ravaged by loss of income and can no longer afford to pay for their kids' after-school activities. And yet I stand before you today as this legislature proposes we give an additional $10 million to school police. I speak for MoCo Against Brutality and many of the students in Montgomery County when I say that police are not the answer to the problems we see in school today. Listen to Black students who are most affected by this issue, who in MCPS are 275% more likely to get arrested by school police than their white peers, and who across the state are targeted daily for their race. Listen to students like me who feel unsafe with police watching them as they walk between their classes, constantly reminded of George Floyd and the countless others of my family and friends that they've killed. Listen to my Latinx friends who have been mocked by police officers for their accents. Listen to the 5-year-old boy who in our county was handcuffed and berated by police officers, and the numerous others who have been brutalized by school police. School police endanger students of color, and this bill will only exacerbate that. We do not want relationships with those who handcuff us. If you won't listen to students, listen to the data, to the numerous studies that find no evidence suggesting that school police contribute to school safety. I want to note that no one testifying in support of this bill today has presented empirical evidence that proves otherwise. Listen to the research that shows that school police presence is linked with a 3 times increase in the number of casualties resulting from a school shooting, to the studies that show that long-term exposure to police in schools leads to drops in high school graduation rates and college enrollment rates and lower standardized test scores for Black boys, and listen to the mountain of research that shows that mental health professionals, restorative justice practices, social emotional learning, positive youth development programming, trauma-sensitive practices, and many other things build a safer, more inclusive school environment and reduce school violence. Now is the time to invest in our students, not to arrest them. Could I have an opportunity to summarize that?
Sure, summarize, please.
So I basically was arguing that this program is ineffective. There is no data that proves that police deter crime or contribute to school safety. Not a single person today has presented research or empirical data that proves that police deter or prevent crime. In fact, the research that I referenced in my speech today proves the opposite, as data shows that these officers target and brutalize students of color and also increase the mortality rate of school shootings. Additionally, there are
I do believe everyone gleaned that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Next, we'll hear testimony from Michelle Hall with the Maryland Office of Public Defender.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Hall, and I'm here testifying on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender opposing HB 613 because increasing the budget for and therefore the presence of police in schools means that children will continue to be funneled into the school to prison pipeline. I would echo much of the testimony of the prior opponents and will move forward through mine. I would note that any police contact has long-lasting consequences for children. A single school-based arrest doubles the probability that you will drop out of school, and a court appearance quadruples that likelihood. Maryland police have also physically harmed students, such as the Baltimore County school police officer who handcuffed a 12-year-old autistic student for over 23 minutes, breaking that student's wrists. Many have testified here today in support of the presence of school police as a way to build positive relationships between officers and police. However, at their core, school police officers remain law enforcement. I think we saw this most clearly in the recent Court of Appeals case in Ray SK, where a high school girl went to her school police officer crying in tears because videos of her engaged in sexual activity were being sent around the school. At the end of that conversation, that school resource officer filed charges based on her statements to him for her to be prosecuted for distribution of child pornography. And this case is only one of many examples of how school resource officers never ever shed their identity as law enforcement. We cannot continue to invest our state's funds into the policing and prosecution of children for being children, the types of things that I see every day as a public defender. We must instead fund additionally highly trained counselors, social workers, psychologists, behavioral specialists, and restorative justice programming in our schools. Schools must be a safe place for all children to learn, make mistakes, and grow. They cannot be that safe place with armed police officers criminalizing kids for being kids. And we urge you to adopt an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Hall, for being here. Next, we'll hear from Janine Marks with Jews United for Justice. Janine Marks.
Thank you, Chair McIntosh and Vice Chair Chang, for allowing me to speak today on behalf of Jews United for Justice. My name is Janine Marks, and I live in District 19. I'm a nurse with over 42 years of experience and was a school nurse in Montgomery County for 20 years. After the Sandy Hook shootings, I welcomed police presence in the high schools, but after working alongside an SRO, my feelings changed significantly. My written testimony describes 4 situations that show how an SRO interfered with my role as a school nurse. I will describe one for you based on time. I was called to evaluate a student with a seizure disorder. The student had involuntary movements of her arms and legs, but was conscious and able to respond to me. The rescue squad arrived. They were met by the SRO, who told them she had a grand mal seizure, which was inaccurate. I informed the rescue squad that the student had maintained consciousness and did not have a grand mal seizure. Dismissing my nursing experience and first responder role, the SRO openly challenged me in front of the rescue squad, school staff, students, everyone present. I spoke with the principal afterwards and was told, and this is important, SROs are not accountable to Montgomery County Public Schools. These issues are not unique to Montgomery County. Police officers are being placed in unique environment, the schools with limited training to deal with children who have complex educational, health, social, and emotional needs. They are best served by increasing staffing, allowing highly trained teachers, mental health professionals, school nurses, and well-trained security teams to provide a safe and healthy environment. Please stop Bill 613 now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marks, for your testimony. That is all the testimony we have signed up. One last time, Daryl Frazier. Daryl Frazier. Are there any questions from members of the Appropriations Committee or any of the witnesses? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 613. The committee will now move on to the last bill hearing for today, House Bill 1013, Delegate Wilkins, Public Safety, Saber Communities Fund, and Task Force Establishment. Delegate Wilkins, thank you for being here. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. Very good to see you and wonderful to be here in the Appropriations Committee. I think this is my first time in the Appropriations Committee. Again, for the record, I am State Delegate Chanel Wilkins. I'm pleased to present House Bill 1013, which is the Safer Communities Fund. HB 1013 is about promoting public safety and increasing the safeguards and protections in all of our communities. HB 1013 would establish a competitive grant program for state and local governments to make robust, holistic investments in non-carceral safety with a community-driven approach. Funds for the competitive grant program that would again go to our counties and Baltimore City could be used for a mental health response program and boosting those types of services. Can go to safety infrastructure like lighting, can go towards creating pilot programs related to low-level crimes that shift away from police or other programs aimed at increasing public safety. One of the best parts about this fund is that every local government receiving a grant has to appoint an advisory board. And that advisory board is made up of community members who will help determine how the funds are being used. And that advisory board has to also engage the public and make recommendations. The fund would be administered by the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services, which will put together a council that consists of representatives from key agencies, so Health and Human Services, Department of Education, Housing, and other experts to look statewide at regional trends, crime data, and put their heads together around what best practices and approaches there are for holistic approaches to crime reduction and make recommendations to assist the jurisdictions. HB 1013, it asks and answers this question. Outside of increasing incarceration or deploying more police, what are other broader creative approaches and how can we incentivize our jurisdictions to implement these types of non-carceral approaches in order to promote public safety and ensure that they have the resources to do so. The funds for this program cannot be used to bolster a police force or to increase surveillance of particular communities. It really does focus on that broader approach, that non-carceral approach. It's loosely based on the Federal Breathe Act. And there are amendments to this bill that make technical changes to refine the bill and the program and to request funding at $1 million to start. I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1013.
Thank you very much, Delegate Wilkins, for presenting the bill. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? This afternoon, we have witnesses who are providing testimony on it. First, we have from the City of Tacoma Park, Mayor Kate Stewart. Thank you, Mayor, for being here. Please provide your testimony in 2 minutes. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm glad to be here today. As was stated, I'm Kate Stewart, the Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, and the City of Tacoma Park supports the goals and intents of HB 1013 Safer Communities Fund, a fund to provide grant assistance to local government to promote robust and holistic investments in non-carceral safety is exactly what is needed right now in communities. Communities are increasingly exploring non-police, non-carceral approaches to public safety. To be successful, these approaches need financial support. The pandemic and economic conditions over the last couple of years have caused an increase in crime in our communities. And at the same time, we are looking at how to reimagine our approach to public safety in light of a long history of mass incarceration and often discriminatory, violent policing approaches. Providing a base of public funding for cities to pursue mental health and public design approaches to public safety can spur exploration and adoption of non-policing approaches without trading off from other funding priorities at a time when residents are struggling. From our own experiences in the City of Tacoma Park, we recently initiated a Reimagining Public Safety task force that resulted in 50 recommendations for the city to take a holistic approach to public safety, including recommendations to refer non-police calls to mental health or other services. We are developing a public space management plan and plans for hiring mental health counselors to respond to mental health calls, among other reimagining public safety efforts. Tacoma Park supports HB 1013 because the funding opportunities from the state would really help us and other communities advance our public safety programs and align with other non-carceral approaches to address issues in our communities. And we thank you very much for your time today and for consideration of this bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for being here. Next, we'll hear testimony from DePaul Niebuhr with the Maryland Association of Counties.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is DePaul Niebuhr, representing the Maryland Association of Counties in support of House Bill 1013. And we thank the bill sponsor for bringing forth this bill, which we believe is needed at this time. With the state currently facing heightened levels of crime, our counties welcome any additional funding for deterrence and diversion. This bill fills a growing need to update safety infrastructure and modernize behavioral health interventions. Moreover, it will provide some relief to overburdened local law enforcement agencies whose work is made more difficult by not having these alternative measures in place. For these reasons, MACO supports HB 1013 and urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have joining us this afternoon from the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, Ms. Erica Farid. If you'd like to provide testimony.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to the chair, vice chair, and members of the committee. I am Erica Farid, and I'm here today with Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated with the Upsilon Tau Omega chapter in Fort Washington. I am also a council member for the city of Glen Arden. And I'm here to urge this committee to support House Bill 1013, Public Safety, Safer Communities Fund and Task Force. In order to move toward increased safety in our community, it is important to make long-term sustainable investments in community safety. Targeting safety spending on non-carceral efforts is essential to meeting community needs. Building a structure to ensure an appropriate response to low-level crimes or non-criminal incidences is crucial in redressing historical over-policing policies. Expanding community leadership over safety priorities and approaches and working meaningfully with directly impacted individuals can help us build trust between communities and local government and ensure that the funding reaches its intended beneficiaries. I am pleased to see the ways in which the funds for this grant may be used, particularly for mental health response crisis teams. The COVID pandemic has resulted in significant job losses, loss of loved ones, and stress related to the difficulties of social isolation. This has created an expanded need for culturally competent mental health services among all populations, but particularly among people of color. An avenue to provide alternative services by way of this grant is much needed, and for this reason and other reasons, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1013. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Fareed. Next, we have, again, joining us for this bill hearing, Dr. Wanda Parham Payne.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I am representing Alpha Kappa Alpha again, the Alpha Alpha Sigma Omega chapter in Prince George's County, and I'm here to urge this committee to support HB 1013. Holistic approaches that shift low-level offenders from the criminal justice system will help to stymie the expansion of the prison industrial complex. Studies have shown that sending low-level offenders to prison rarely reduces recidivism, resulting in repeated arrests and increasingly longer prison sentences for once low-level offenders. Consequently, potentially productive citizens are prohibited from economically and socially contributing to their respective communities. Instead, money that could be used to transform potentially productive citizens is used to fund their incarceration. Such an approach does not allow otherwise rehabilitative persons from reciprocating the monetary investments made by taxpayers. A more holistic, non-carceral approach may make this possible. It has been calculated that the cost of keeping someone incarcerated is the equivalent of sending a child to private school for grades K through 12. Additionally, when we continue down the path of mass incarceration, we continue to politically disenfranchise large swaths of the population. Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority supports legislation that reduces disparate criminalization in poor communities of color and provides funding that will be earmarked and used for forward-thinking strategies to address the problems and concerns of these historically underserved communities. Thank you again.
Thank you very much for being here. Are there any other members of the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority who'd like to testify? Seeing none. Are there any other questions from members of the Appropriations Committee for House Bill 1013? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1013. It also ends the bill hearing for today. To all the committee members, we'll see everyone in subcommittee work tomorrow. And on behalf of House Appropriations Committee Chairwoman Maggie McIntosh, the entire Appropriations Committee, thank you everyone for being part of today's extensive discussions. Have a great evening.